know what we're here for.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
never occurred to me.
Climate and everything are the same.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What now?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
How rude. Don't even play. Oh. Oh, girl, baby girl.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
unburdened by what has been. An America that we know can be unburdened by what has been. To know what can be unburdened by what has been. You see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. And the courage to see what can be, what should be unburdened by what has been. And seeing what is possible unburdened by what has been. Saw what could be unburdened by what has been. Is the ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what is possible and what can be unburdened by what has been and who has done what. Always believe in what can be unburdened by what has been. That is what I want for you. Is to see what can be unburdened by what has been. To saw what could be unburdened by what has been. To saw what could be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what is possible and what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. We see what can be unburdened by what has been. The ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. A future unburdened by what has been. The ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what is possible. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. We see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. The ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. The pursuit of what can be unburdened by what has been. You gotta be able to see what can be unburdened by what has been. You all have the ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. We see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see America as it can be unburdened by what has been. President Johnson saw what could be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. The ability to see America as it can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. And what can be unburdened by what has been. To have the power and the ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been.
Well, here we are again. It's been too long since we've seen each other. We got a lot to look at tonight, so we better get right to it. Remember, as always, to buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. This journey may encounter some turbulence while traveling through the void. Speaking of turbulence, that was a turbulent start to the stream today. My god, that might be the longest we've ever been kept from beginning by undue latency caused by... But I assume it's just YouTube servers, because it seems to change randomly. Completely independent from what I do. And it's always at the beginning of the streams. Anyway, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to shout out everybody in chat because of the fact that well, there's been a lot of talking in chat since we made this video live, but I'll say what's up to people that I can at least see now. Schmegly, Omega Star, Normal by Nature, Look Bovine, PB, Disco Wolf, Maz Art, Philip Blair, The Anti-Corporatist, Aaron W., Orb Rumor, Normal by Nature, Schmegly, B-Cat. I know I saw Mo and Noah earlier. Let's see, Donald James X. I don't know. There's been so much talking in chat at this point, and it doesn't even go back to the beginning. Tifa Lockhart's divorce wedding dress. Divorcee wedding dress. Bob Trees the second. God. So many of you. Alright. Let's get right to it. What do you say? Here's a guy we all probably know too well already. Here's J.D. Vance speaking at a rally earlier, not today, this was yesterday.
I'd ask it to everybody, not just who's here, but is watching us on TV or is watching us in some of the clips they'll see of this event. And it's actually very, very simple. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And actually, it's not just you all. It's a lot of Americans. In fact, about 70% of Americans are consistently telling us that their financial position is worse thanks to the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, let's just tick through some of the problems here. The cost of living in the state of Michigan is $1,032 higher per month than it was 3.5 years ago when Donald Trump left office. That's a disgrace. That means that if you add up all this inflation, the average Michigan family has been cost $27,000 thanks to Kamala Harris's inflation.
Oh, it's her inflation.
Gas price.
I was wondering where he was going with this. I was like, wait, what? Are you saying J.D. Vance is on... he wants price controls now? Is that where we're going with this? Oh, no. Apparently it's inflation caused by Kamala Harris. It's her inflation.
In this state are up 45%. Home prices in the state of Michigan are up 41%, meaning that a lot of American families can no longer afford the American dream of homeownership. Now, groceries are up over 20%, and that's everything. That's milk is about $4 a gallon. That's about a 20% increase. Eggs are up more than 115%. That means they've more than doubled in price, thanks to Kamala.
Maybe he would like to talk to the people who are benefiting most from this. It's not like Kamala Harris has some sort of like egg price conspiracy going on with the producers where she gets paid, you know, whatever, 10 cents per egg or something. It's not happening. What's happening is that, you know, not only is the market getting smaller and smaller in terms of number of producers through consolidation, mergers. There's also, as we've seen, evidence to it that these producers are also using software now to help amp up their own prices in a very, you know, real page-esque sort of price fixing scheme, apparently.
And I've got 3 little kids at home who eat a lot of eggs, so I've seen that price increase very personally. But here's the problem with Kamala Harris.
Eating a lot of eggs,
it's not just
apparently.
that she caused all these problems. It's that she's the most shameless politician I think we've ever seen in our lifetimes, because
Oh, interesting. Kamala Harris, the #1 most shameless politician in our lifetime, in our whole lives. There's no one else that JD can think of who would even come close to the level of shamelessness exhibited by Kamala Harris.
Supposing we hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light. And I think you said that has him in check, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way.
Some other way.
And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting.
Did she?
Right, and then
She doesn't look like she said.
But it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by...
Maybe we can. I don't know.
Has gone right ahead mocking the current president. Okay, here's the thing though. Trump himself, not immune to making mistakes that could be attributed to his age.
Well, thank you very much, and a very big hello to a place where we've done very well, Sioux Falls. Thank you very much, Sioux Falls. So, Sioux City, let me ask you.
Let me ask you, is there a difference between Sioux Falls and Sioux City? Why is there two Sioux things in America? I thought this was America.
Viktor Orban, did anyone ever hear of him? He's probably like one of the strongest leaders anywhere in the world. And he's the leader of, right? He's the leader of Turkey.
The leader of Turkey, very good guy, Mr. Orban.
Story, a quick story. You don't mind if I go off teleprompter like a lot, do you? So much more exciting. So much more. But the head of Hungary, a very tough, strong guy, Viktor Orban. Did anybody ever hear of him? Probably, considered very powerful within his country and outside of his country. Not exactly loved by some of the European...
Wait, Viktor Orban, very powerful inside this country, doing a lot that Viktor here in wherever this is, probably Texas.
nations, because he does his thing. He didn't allow millions of people to invade his country. He allowed nobody to invade. Zero. He had nobody. So he doesn't have crime, and he doesn't have the problems that they're having in other countries where millions of people are allowed to go in. But they were interviewing him 2 weeks ago, and they said, what would you advise President Obama? The whole world seems to be exploding and imploding. And he said, it's very simple. He should immediately resign, and they should replace him with President Trump, who kept the world safe. And I'm not just talking the United States. China respected him. Russia respected him.
Everybody respected me. Alright, so... it's weird. Because, seems like Donald Trump's always doing weird stuff. Really weird stuff that, could be considered...
Nambia's health system.
What did he call it again?
President Trump's mistake when he toured the
Shameless.
fire-ravaged community of Paradise, California.
And what we saw at Pleasure. What a name right now.
Pleasure.
Unfortunately, the wrong
Pleasure Island.
We just left Pleasure.
Pleasure Island, California.
Or Paradise.
But there's one place
Whatever
no
it is.
U.S. president could possibly mess up, right?
And God bless the United States.
People love me.
Okay, I think we've had enough of this. Let's keep it moving. But weird. It's weird because it feels like a lot of those were shameless moments. What could perhaps be described as shameless moments. Now, sure, does Kamala Harris laugh sometimes and things like that? Yeah. Yeah, supposedly she does. Alright, now, while we're talking about politics and all, I figured we'd go here to see, wait, Robert Garcia, he's a congressman, right? Where's he? I always forget. Yes, congressman in California, who decided to remind us of some of Donald Trump's greatest failures.
Chairman yields back. Gentleman now, our chair now recognizes Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. We've been talking a lot about the Biden-Harris record. It's, I think, important to note that we're doing this hearing likely because the debate was such a disaster for Donald Trump and for the House majority. Now, I was actually there in Philly. It was embarrassing to watch. Donald Trump admitted, of course, to terminating Roe v. Wade. He attacked reproductive freedoms. He wants to kill the Affordable Care Act and spread misinformation about immigrants eating cats and dogs. And I just also
did everything right and they indicted me.
I want to remind folks that we've been talking a lot about Project 2025, of which many witnesses know a lot about, and which Donald Trump said contains many good ideas. But it's not just Project 2025. Donald Trump has already been the president, and I thought it was also important at this moment to review his record. Let's start with some of the facts about Donald Trump. Donald Trump, first and foremost, had the worst jobs presidency since World War II and maybe American history. The worst jobs record since World War II and maybe American history. He lost 4.9 million American jobs. He added 4.8 trillion to the debt, even without the COVID-related spending. Now, cities and communities like mine were facing disaster. State and local governments were looking at service cuts. Schools, vital programs were all being looked at being cut. By contrast, if we're talking about the Biden-Harris record, 15.4 million jobs were added during the Biden-Harris administration. And the Project 2025 agenda, we know, will raise a sales tax on everything we buy, and economists think it will cost the American family an average of $1,700 per year and would cost 600,000 American jobs and could even cause a recession. But it's not just the economic destruction. Let's talk about his COVID mismanagement. We lost 1.3 million American lives, a disaster under Donald Trump. He asked people that we could combat the virus by injecting disinfectant into people's bodies. He failed to get PPE out the door. He picked fights with governors rather than uniting the country. We were on our own, and Donald Trump should own his failures with the pandemic. But let's look at the rest of the Trump record. He destroyed Roe v. Wade as a third thing on this bullet point. He brags about the extremist Supreme Court and turning back Roe v. Wade. Just this week, ProPublica documented a heartbreaking case where a Georgia woman waited for 20 hours after doctors refused to perform a routine procedure. She passed away. Her death was preventable, but Donald Trump is putting these state abortion bans in place through his judges and the legislatures all across the country. But let's talk about family separation, because it doesn't just end there. His record attacking immigrants like myself and my family is also shameful. He's promising the most extreme mass deportations in the country, going door to door to arrest our neighbors and friends. He believes that immigrants poison the blood of his country, his quote, not mine. And of course, let's remember, he just, at the debate, he kept
also Hitler's quote,
talking about somehow Haitian immigrants are eating pets in Ohio, and we know that's not true. This country and the world should be united against this type of rhetoric and this record. We all want a secure...
Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to remind us of Donald Trump's failed record while we're talking politics, and the election here seems like he is not that, he doesn't have a great record, as it turns out. If we take Mr. Garcia at his word. which I do. Foxes are just as useful as what? I don't know what that means. Alright, now, let's see. Donald Trump had some words to say about Kamala Harris and the border. Let's go here.
For his support, great support. Starting on day one, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion of our country. After almost 4 years, border czar Kamala Harris has decided for political reasons that it's time for her to go to the border. Finally, she's gone to the border 4 years. What a disgrace that is, that she waited so long, allowing millions and millions of people to enter our country from prisons and jails, mental institutions and insane asylums, and criminal cells all over the world, not just from South America, but many of them are terrorists, and they are coming from Africa, they're coming from the Congo, large numbers from the Congo, they're coming from the Middle East, they're coming from Asia, they're coming from South America, but not only South America, they're coming...
Donald Trump is thinking of every country that he can think of right now. He's like, they're coming from every single country. Wait while I list them all.
From all over the world. It's really just what they're doing to the fabric, to the guts of our country. It's not even believable. And you see what's going on. You see what's going on. They're taking over towns and cities.
Wow.
And they're taking them over with weapons. They're taking them over with weapons that are military quality weapons. Where the hell
are they getting them?
The weapons?
Where are they getting the weapons from?
But she's trying.
Where are they getting all the weapons, people? The one answer to that is American gun manufacturers. I said a bunch of wildly ridiculous things in there. I didn't know where to stop him, honestly, because he's just, you know, funneling the dumbest things all to us at once. It's very difficult to figure out exactly where to pick it up. There was multiple times where I was like, oh, I really want to stop it there, but I didn't also, you know, feel like I'm interrupting the flow sometimes. But what was the other thing that he said back there? That I wanted to see. This is why I should stop it every time. Otherwise, I just forget. Oh, right. His contention that somehow Kamala Harris is just first going to the border, as if this is some revelation that that's where she was supposed to be, when her job regarding the border was figuring out why people wanted to come here in the first place. Not like making sure the border was looked a certain way or whatever. Like she wasn't border inspector. She was supposed to be the person figuring out all of the various reasons why people were coming from some of the countries that Donald Trump just listed there. I almost forgot though. I almost forgot. Says some weirder stuff here.
To con the public that she did a good job at the border. She's actually saying, no, I did a good job at the border. Remember, you know, when she says we're working on the border, she still has airplanes flying in loaded up with migrants over the border. She thought she wouldn't get caught. It took them about 2 years to figure that one out. It was a little strange.
I have not heard of this. Apparently she's flying them over the border in planes. I have seen zero evidence to this. I assume this is a Loomering right here.
Brand new, beautiful, large Boeing jets are landing in airports all over our country, and migrants are getting out. Took a little while to figure that one out. So they talk about the border, but...
So yeah, apparently Boeing jets, brand new ones, full of migrants, just coming into the country. Who knows? I mean, there's clearly no evidence for this, but hey. Because I mean, what he's suggesting is that it's Kamala Harris is sending planes from the United States to other places to fill them up with migrants to bring them here. It's a weird vibe. Because that's clearly not what's happening. Alright, now here is Donald Trump criticizing some of the coverage regarding Kamala Harris's border visit.
We're getting. These countries are so dangerous that the U.S. State Department has travel advisories warning Americans not to go there. Yet Kamala is resettling all of those people here. Anybody that wants to come. So we have travel warnings. Don't go here. Don't go there. Don't go to the various countries. And yet she's taking in the worst of those people. The killers, the jailbirds, all of the worst of the people, she's taking them in.
Taking the jailbirds. Get your falcons and your ravens. And your crows. All the very, very suspicious birds. She's sending them across the border. Totally horrible.
And who puts it on? Fox News, and they shouldn't be allowed to put it on. It's all lies. It's all lies. Everything she said is a lie.
How could they? How could Fox News do that? Do that to poor Trump? Doing the news, potentially. Kind of.
And who puts it on? Fox News, and they shouldn't be allowed to put it on. It's all lies. It's all lies. Everything she said is a lie.
They shouldn't be allowed. What does that mean? Who's gonna stop them exactly? The FCC? I don't understand what the actual complaint is. He's just upset that they're covering Kamala Harris doing something that that's his thing. The border is my thing. Kamala's not allowed, she's not allowed to go there. She had her chance. Now, something has come to light recently, which I believe we do have to delve into.
I remember when the Reverend Wright tapes came out in the Obama election of 2008. And Reverend Wright was talking about how, which was frankly not a terribly controversial position, that America's chickens had to come home to roost September 11th. The tapes were old. And the charge was that Barack Obama was sitting in the pews while, Reverend Wright said this. And Obama, I think, said that he wasn't there when this was said. And for some of us who wanted to project onto Obama more ideology than was there, the Reverend Wright thing was sort of great. It was like, oh, well, maybe this guy is great. Now, ultimately, it became very clear to me that, yes, Barack Obama was not sitting in those pews. I have no doubt.
Organizer.
Yeah. But hope springs eternal. And here is big-brained Eric Weinstein. You'll recall he is the brother of the equally big-brained and very, very sophisticated, multi-level, multi-dimension chess envisioner, Brett Weinstein. Here he is with podcaster Chris Williamson discussing Kamala Harris's phrase of being unburdened by what has been.
Can you please try and explain to me what you interpret by what can be unburdened by what has been? What does that mean?
To cry? Oh my my God, he is.
I don't know if I should say. I don't know if I should say. There's a line in Marx where sometimes you hear certain phrases like a world to win. AOC uses the phrase, we have a world to win, which comes from the end of the Communist Manifesto, originally written in German. It was the name. I used to hang out in the Revolutionary Bookstore in Cambridge, Massachusetts with the communists because they print everything in every language. So if you're trying to learn multiple languages, they'll print the same text in all of these languages and you can compare.
Interesting.
It basically says you have to...
I'm blown away. I had no idea. I've been exposing my entire audience to Marxist, communist, hypno tunes.
Out what has been. I used to hang out in the Revolutionary Bookstore in Cambridge, Massachusetts with the communists because they print everything in every language. So if you're trying to learn multiple languages, they'll print the same text in all of these languages and you can compare.
Interesting.
It basically says you have to wipe out what has been to arrive in the new.
And where's it from? What can be unburdened by what has been?
It's not a direct translation, but it occurs in Karl Marx.
Occurs?
I wasn't expecting this. I could find you the exact reference. If you think about what Mao had to do to wipe out Chinese history, what Pol Pot had to do,
China.
You're trying to wipe out memory because the memory has all of this burden. Why is it important to go after doctors and lawyers and teachers and professors? Who's doing that? Because in some sense they're going to resist.
Yeah, if anything, that's happening to even remotely pro-Palestinian professors all over the United States right now. Is Marx doing that? Is Marx coming after the pro-Palestinian professors? Is that what it is? The communists just hate those pro-Palestinians. Oh god! And the fact is, it's not even that. We've seen beyond that. There's been an entire right-wing led assault on education.
The new order that you're about to impose.
Pause it for 1 second. I just wanted to let you know, Kamala Harris is a lawyer.
His brother is going after doctors.
Her running mate is a teacher, and her running mate's spouse is also a teacher.
Ron DeSantis.
Her husband is also a lawyer. But sacrifices obviously must be made.
Or is she a Maoist?
Sacrifices must be made.
We've abandoned the
But first off,
Marx.
look, I am probably the one of the last people to comment on what Marx said. But my understanding of Marx is that, in fact, historical context is extremely important to Marxism. That the idea.
What? That can't be true. Can't be true. Eric Weinstein said it.
It's science.
I think I might have to, might very well have to actually drop this song. I've just been playing it from a sound file. It's nowhere on the internet. It doesn't exist because I made it with my own two hands.
And it is quite possible that Harris is saying, we don't need to be defined by this. We can go forward into the future. Now, that may be perceived as like a little bit Pollyannish and whatnot, and I think that's a fair criticism of that. But let's go back to Weinstein. I love the fact that he's like, I don't know if I should say this.
They might come get me if I decode.
They might get me.
The communists might be listening.
Why is it important to go after doctors and lawyers and teachers and professors? Because in some sense they are going to resist the new order that you're about to impose. You're looking for a blank slate.
So like a tether to the past.
Okay, I'm going to tell a story I don't know that I've ever told anyone.
Oh, no.
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. I can't promise it's original
Not
to
a
you,
Weinstein story.
I was in Hoi An in Vietnam. Now, I'm going to lose this one.
China.
Oh my God.
There's a cut there.
Hoi An is one of the only beautiful places that I found, you know, like Hue and Hoi An.
I'm losing it, bro.
A lot of things were really ripped up in that war.
Okay.
That's
I
it.
think we can keep it going if we want to. But.
No, I don't want to watch him fake cry about the horrors that he saw in the wake.
They're so well.
Oh, the war in Vietnam, it was so terrible. I care so much about war. Me, Eric Weinstein. Intellectual.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Is Eric related to Harvey? No. It's just him and Brett, I think. I believe. I can't say for sure. Now, to sort of... What's the word? Cleanse our palates of the creepiness we've been forced to endure just now. I figured we would look at a very normal guy who's in politics now, and really in the limelight. Here's Tim Walls' YouTube channel. Posted this a couple days ago. Maybe this will help.
Good morning. Perfect day.
How are you today?
Good. Thanks for having us.
Good, yeah.
Oh man, it's smelling good.
There are 3 states that lay claim to the whoopie pie: Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and Maine.
So who has?
Pennsylvania.
All right,
obviously.
that's what we needed to know. That's what we needed to know.
So it's,
Is it sacrilegious to move away from chocolate, or is that acceptable?
We're a big fan of pumpkin.
We're
in this
pumpkin.
family.
Yeah, big
We're
fan of
pumpkin
pumpkin.
people.
All right.
All right, I think that's what we're gonna do.
I think-
Peaches too. That's what I said.
Yes.
The peaches.
I could balance it out to have a nutritional diet.
Is that... I don't think that...
I said, look at me. I have no problem picking out donuts.
So we take our apple cider donut, cut it in half, put the whoopie pie filling in it.
Sold.
Right.
So I got the best of both together. There's a lot of good things about campaigning. This is right there. This is it. So we're gonna ring this up.
Hello. Hi.
I like your optimism, thinking that they're gonna stay in the box for very long. So, I know. I'm seeing that cute one down there.
Would you like to pet her? You may.
Are you sure?
She's super
Good.
soft. Yes.
Hi. Hi, sweetie. Hi. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kiss. I'm missing my guy. Thank you for the kiss. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Well, there's Tim Walls being incredibly normal, buying pumpkin spice donuts and petting dogs. Hopefully that helped anybody who had some sort of bad taste in their mouth from J.D. Vance, Trump, and Eric Weinstein all sort of lined up in a row there. For sure it was tough. Yeah, well, I guess we had one sort of. Either way, it was rough. It was rough for me, so I'm glad I did it. Alright, let's keep it moving. Time for polls. Let's start here.
All right, Pennsylvania could decide the presidency. What will decide Pennsylvania? Let's take a look at how things went last time. Of course, Joe Biden carrying the state narrowly over Donald Trump in 2020. What are we looking at this time? First thing to know, there are 2 authentic swing counties in the entire state, meaning they went Trump in 2016, they swung to Biden in 2020. Erie is one of them, and the other one, sorry for that map movement there, and the other one is Northampton County, where Easton is. Those are the only 2 in the state that did that Trump to Biden swing. Otherwise, a lot of what we're talking about is sort of a tug of war. Red areas getting redder, blue areas getting bluer. Which one will end up sort of winning out over the other? You see so many of these Trump-red counties, as you know. A lot of them are smaller counties, but Trump has just been racking up massive
Here's a question,
margins in so many of
Why
these
are we still
counties.
talking about
For
2020?
him, can he squeeze even more out of that? Can he get even more votes out of sort of red Pennsylvania? Because the Democrats have a surge area that they're counting on as well. It's sort of the 4 core supporters suburban counties around Philadelphia. You've got Delaware, Chester, Montgomery, and Bucks. You know, you go back just to 2012 when it was Barack Obama and Mitt Romney. The Democrats were winning these counties, you know, by a little bit less than 10 points. By 2020, when Biden carried the state, the mark.
Wow. Sticks, you think that I intentionally lowered the bar? You know, I really didn't. It's just the state of politics, you know? That bar is just low. It's just very low to begin with.
Was up to about 20, so Democrats hoping for even more out of there. Another place you might keep an eye on, Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. You know, Lackawanna County used to be heavily Democratic. You know, Barack Obama won it by almost 30 points. Well, that came all the way down when Trump ran in 2016. The Democrats only won it by 4 points in 2016. Joe Biden got that number up to 9 points in 2020. Which, when you see Lackawanna come in on election night, is it closer to that 4 of 2016? That's when Trump won the state. Or is it closer to that 9 in 2020? That's when Biden won the state. That might be one county to pay particularly close attention to. You will.
Wow, Kornacki. He's trying to preload us for election day right now. Looking for specific counties in Pennsylvania. Okay, Kornacki, you're going to be focusing on that. I think everybody else will be trying to, I don't know, live their lives a little bit more freely.
Brand new CNN polls out of Nebraska and North Carolina, including in Nebraska, out of Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. That's the famous blue dot, the one game-changing electoral vote that could be key to Vice President Kamala Harris's road to 270 if there's a 269 to 269 tie. Harris currently leads Trump by 11 percentage points in that blue dot. Here now, panel political experts. Karen, how important is the blue dot really, the Omaha dot?
It's very important. Look, we've got to have every single pathway to 270 open for as long as we can. We saw that, you know, just before President Biden got out of the race. We had stopped talking about the South, and we were really talking about the blue wall in the Midwest, and now we've got, you know, some different options. So particularly when you're 5 weeks to go, I'm losing track. I don't know. It's coming, this election.
Yeah, soon.
Thing.
Yeah, no, and it's a fair and good point, I think, to make here. And I think I've personally made it in the past, since this whole election got shaken up with Joe Biden dropping out. The fact is that leading into that, we had essentially all but given up on all Sunbelt states. Nevada, Arizona, the North Carolina, Georgia, all these states were just out of the question for Joe Biden.
It's soon.
Right, it's very soon. You want to have as many pathways for as long as you can.
So let's turn to North Carolina, where it's a tie, according to this poll. Likely voters there are split. It's a state, 48%, 48% in this new poll. It's a state that only Obama has won on the presidential level in the last 44 years. In 2008, that was a wild year. Obama won Indiana, if you can believe it. Yeah, kids, look it up. Down ballot, Harris is being outperformed significantly by the candidate for governor, Josh Stein. He's the attorney general. He's popular. He also has the privilege of running against the lieutenant governor, Mark Robinson, by 17 points. You might remember a week and a day ago when Lieutenant Governor Robinson, it turned out, according to CNN reporting, had posted some unusual claims on a porn site several years ago. What's the obvious? Do you think obviously Republicans are competing on the presidential level for North Carolina? What about the governor's race? Is that just the Republicans?
I mean, the fact is that could affect the race to some degree. Mark Robinson's, sort of ever falling polls could certainly affect things up ballot. Not as much as the other way around usually. But I don't know. I think a lot of the stuff that was said by him was just so distasteful. May wake up a few extra people. All right, let's Let's keep moving. But if you didn't notice or hear what they said, Kamala Harris is looking very good in the one vote Nebraska district right now. All right, let's do this. The ever obligatory 538 polls check. Oh shit. Interesting. They are starting to really bring us more data here on 538. Look at this exciting development here. Look at that. They've got a whole bunch of these all ready to go. Oh my god, Texas? Is that really happening? Ooh, we might have some fun here today with the polls, people. Maybe we'll do a interactive map too. How are we doing on time? An hour in. We honestly don't have a ton of stories to do. We just have a few really big stories. Look at this. I mean, we got all of these now. Oh shit. Wow, now they started making graphs for all of these and the Senate races. Ooh. Ooh. Data. Graphs. You know how much I love graphs, people. I'm getting excited. Maybe too excited, but still. It's real. It's real. Alright, I guess we'll do what we normally do. We'll start in the national polls. Let's click here. Who's ahead? Staring at these graphs, like, very interested to look at that. Do you see this Texas graph where it's getting tighter and tighter up here? That's very interesting. All right, national polls. Let's see. So it looks like Kamala's got a 3% lead right now. How's she been doing? We're going to keep going back, referencing the debate. So the debate, she was at 2.5 points up, and back here, the end of July, she was only up a 0.5 point in the national polls. So she is still, she's made up a 2.5 points here in the national polling. Ooh, look at that. North Carolina, it says even. This has been a very contentious battle. Let's start here. North Carolina, it's even. As we've been talking about, this race has been incredibly contentious and competitive. As you can see here, there's been times where Kamala was up, or Trump was up. On multiple occasions, they've both had leads in the last month or so. Right now, actually, it says even here, but why does it say 0.4 here? Am I not all the way over? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. You're confusing me with your graphs. This is clearly the one. Well, apparently it's not actually tied. 0.4 up for Trump right now. Right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Now, this was at the debate. They were even. So since the debate, he's picked up 0.4%. And since the middle of August, we can't actually see the beginning of August on this graph. He was up 1 point. So he's actually lost ground since mid-August. Like 0.6, which is not nothing in terms of what his lead was. It's like 60% of what his lead was, which was only 1 point. All right, let's go to Georgia, where Donald Trump is currently in the lead by 0.8. Come on, there we go. 10th, He was up by point. He was up by a whole point. Actually, no, he's lost any bump that he got after that debate. It was 0.8, now it's 0.8 again. Okay. Now, at one point before the debate, but on the night of the debate, Trump is ahead. But as you can see here, for a while, trending into debate night, Kamala was ahead. Here they were tied. Actually, she was up right here on the 15th. So it was still what I would estimate to be, well, not a game over. But clearly, we can't be counting Georgia's electoral votes in the map. Now here's Nevada, where it has her currently up by 1 point. Let's go back here to the 10th. This was debate night. On debate night, Trump had a 0.1 point lead. So she's gained nearly a point since then, and a point since the beginning of August as well. Alright, let's go on. I gotta stop doing that. I don't need to do this. I can do it this way. Who did we do? We do Arizona? We did Arizona, right? Just gonna double check it. Can't remember. I don't think we did. So here's Arizona. Trump is up 1.2 here. Now this has also been a very contentious race where they both had leads at different times. Trump was up a point back here on debate night, and up 2.5 points on the 1st of August. So he's really only gained very marginally, it would seem, 0.2 points since debate night. Not a lot of movement for him there. Let's see. We're doing Georgia. Let's go to Michigan. Alright, Michigan. Harris is up 2.5 points. She only had 1.5 points on the 10th. Back here at the beginning of July, Trump was up. In the end of July, excuse me, beginning of August, Trump was up. But Kamala Harris actually took the lead. Oh no, I take it back. Even in here, so on the 30th of July, Kamala Harris, that's when she took the lead in Michigan and has held it since, and in fact increased it. The debate, so yeah, she's up a point from there. Seems to be holding her lead in Michigan reasonably well. Now let's go to Nevada. Kamala Harris up 1 point in Nevada. And Trump was actually up 0.1 points on the night of the debate. So since then, she's really taken a clear lead there. And it has been pretty competitive this whole time between the two of them, both sort of registering somewhere between 1 point up or 1 point down. So not, can't really count anybody, either of them, out here in Nevada, but seemingly Kamala Harris slightly more competitive. I'm sorry, what am I doing here? North Carolina. Do we already do North Carolina? I think we did, didn't we? Yeah, we did. All right, let's go to Pennsylvania now. All right, Kamala Harris is up 1.3 points. It was only up 0.7 points? Half a point on the night of the debate. So she's up 1.2. Oh, I'm sorry. No, she's up 1 point since the debate. And about 1 point since the beginning of August. So over 2 months, she's basically, if they were tied here, right, 1.5, well, slightly less. But still, I don't think she's actually lost the lead against Trump at all in Pennsylvania this whole time. Certainly not on aggregate polling. Perhaps on individual polls may have shown different, but here we go with aggregate polls as I find that to be more useful. What else do we have to do? Who else have when we hit Wisconsin? Where Kamala Harris is still holding 2.2 points here, 2.4 on the night of the debate, and only 1.2 on the beginning of August. So two months, once again, she's picked up a point in a blue wall state. There was a time where she was slightly ahead, more 3.5 points back here. So she's clearly lost some ground, but actually picked up, ground from other spots. So really, it's seems to be Harris's ball game here in Wisconsin. Now, I can't help myself. We have to look at these. What is happening here? What do they have up there that we didn't look at? Florida. Texas change? Oh, this is the Senate race. I see. Ooh, the Senate race in Texas is getting very close. Same thing here in Ohio. Well, Democrats are winning in Ohio. Is there anything interesting that we see here? Really, it appears that Republicans are making up some ground since I think back here, this must be where RFK dropped out in, what is this, Minnesota? Yeah, since RFK dropped out, Republicans have basically picked up as much support as he had. Not even. Slightly less. Okay, I think... should we do... I feel like we should do an electoral map. Oh shit. Really? Maybe not. The browser just had a fucking meltdown upon trying to do this. That's good. That's helpful. That's what I wanted. So I wanted was for the whole browser to just sort of stop working. It's not important. I don't need it for anything. NBD is what I say. Okay. It seemed to be something of a sign to just, who believed in signs. How's everybody doing? Hope you're good. Just gonna sit here for a second, I guess, while we wait for this software to catch up. You're not doing good. That's not good. What will it take? What will it take? Come on. You're hanging in there? That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. How am I? I'm fine, I guess. Technically, I'm alive. I mean, are there things that I would like to have happen that aren't happening right now? Yeah, there's a litany of those, as it turns out. God. This is wild. Well, here's something ridiculous. I've been posting shorts lately, as you've all probably noticed, and I was earlier today I was getting like 10 views a minute on my shorts. Like a ton of views came through, like, and yet not a single subscriber from thousands of views. Suddenly, it's wild. People are so stingy with their subscribes. I even put little subscribe-y thingies at the end of it, suggesting people subscribe to the channel. Nothing. Alright, is my browser working now? Yay! Hey, look at that. Look at that. That's great. That's fantastic. It's decided to work. How lovely. You want to get off the ride? Which ride? Alright, now, this smaller. And then here, this, that, yes. There we go. Ads. How rude.
How rude.
I want nothing to do with your ads, sir. Alright, here we go. Let's try this. Electoral map. Can I zoom in slightly? Is that possible? Oh, whoa, that's too much zoom. That's too much zoom. It's much better. Okay. Stop giving me all these ads. These are so rude. Alright, so let's look at those polls again. Arizona, currently, Donald Trump is winning. So we're going to give him Arizona. Here we go. In Georgia, Donald Trump is winning. So we're going to give him Georgia. In Nevada, Kamala Harris is winning. So we're going to give her Nevada. In Wisconsin, she is winning. In Michigan, she is winning. And in Pennsylvania, she is winning. And in North Carolina, currently, it's even, but we'll just give it to Donald Trump. And in this case, as the states stand, as we just looked at the polls just now, moments ago, This is the state of the Electoral College, including North. I'm sorry, I saw NE and I said I was going to say Northeast, including Nebraska's 2nd district here. It's actually not called that. It's called something else, but you get what I'm saying. Including this one action Nebraska vote, which we just discussed, is currently going for Kamala Harris. Even if we were to give this to Donald Trump, right? Wouldn't matter, right? At least as it stands. Oh, no, my stream software doesn't want to work. Okay, okay, there we go. Cool. All right, now let's we're gonna take an early break today. Yeah, because we got quite a second half coming at you here. Give you the regular one. All right. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Fact is, I know some of you aren't subscribing because the analytics tell me so. There's at least there's more people who watch this stream that aren't subscribing than there are. So hit it. Just hit the subscribe button. You're listening right now. You have a thumb or a finger, probably. And so just use it to subscribe to the channel. Do it. Now, once you've gotten done doing that, I would recommend that you become a galactic patron, so you can become even more galactic, while also helping make sure that the Galactic News Network keeps on doing all of the things that we do here. Link is in chat and in my bio. Of course, if you don't want to become a Patreon member for whatever reason, but you still want to donate, there's other ways to donate. That being Twitch, of course. We are on Twitch, so you can get subs and galactic emotes and bit donations, whatever else you want to do. There's also Cash App, where you can just give me cash directly with zero benefit to you, aside from knowing that it's helping keep this stream alive. Same thing with PayPal. Alright, Space Fams, well, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, maybe run around your apartment or house, screaming out loud. Just get the blood flowing, and I'll be right back. Oh, shit. That happened faster than I thought. Alright, Space Fam. You know what that means? It's time. It's time for us to get back to the show. And, well, we've got one huge event to talk about, and some other things to talk about as well, but, Hurricane Helene coverage will be taking up a great portion of this, second half here.
How about this? Overdue
Whoa.
rent and evictions.
What in the fuck? What just happened? We just switched. No, hold on. Hold on. This just switched me out of my list. I don't know how this happened.
Supposing.
Okay. There we go. Alright, where is the first one? Now, of course, yesterday we were, or was it yesterday? I feel like it was yesterday, but maybe was it Thursday? Either, I guess it was Thursday. Right? Because I don't think I did a weekending stream. That's my bad. But, yeah. Hurricane Helene made landfall as a Category 4 and wreaked havoc across the South, starting in Florida. Once my browser decides to work with me here, we'll get going. There we go.
Well, good evening. We're here at the State Emergency Operations Center providing an update on Hurricane Helene. It is currently making landfall in Taylor County in the Big Bend section of Florida, Deckle Beach. It is a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. It is moving northeast at 24 mile per hour. Hurricane force winds are extending up to 60 miles from the center of the storm, and tropical storm force winds are extending 300 miles from the center of the storm.
Miles.
We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway, car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa.
Now, this was just as the storm was making landfall. Since then, much more than one person has died. And I mean, I thought that maybe they were being a little bit exaggeratory when they said to mark your body with your name and birth date. We heard reports about that on the night that it was coming in. And now I'm thinking that wasn't strong enough of a warning. There's not a lot that you can really tell in this, aside from the fact that the water is up way too high. That's at least from what I can tell, not a fence, but water that is clearly nearly up to the roof in that photo, almost immediately, because there's, once again, a 20-foot storm surge that came along with all of this. Everything on that side of the coast of Florida's pretty much at sea level or near it.
You have word that we have Bob, so let's bring in Bob Van Dellen. First off the bat, Bob, we're watching video of you saving this woman. Are you guys okay? That's the most important thing. Are both of you okay?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we put her in the car. She was cold. I gave her my shirt. Her husband's going to pick her up. The fire truck came. They're good. Everyone's good. So let's get back to it. It was this car right over there.
Okay.
No.
We're watching.
Hey, do not go. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
We're still
don't
watching
go down
video.
This way.
By the way, if you're just joining us,
Don't
this
go
is
down
video
this
from
way.
Earlier, you're hearing Bob's live mic. Because of course this is an active situation, but you're watching video of what happened. Now we're back live. So Bob, we have your live
is that
camera.
Your ride right there? Okay, yeah.
What a comedian. He's in the middle of saving some lady's life. Up to his chest in water. He's multitasking here. Doing an interview on live TV. And he's got jokes. He's like, yeah, you don't, I wouldn't go this way.
You can keep the shirt. It's all good.
Must be her husband.
Right,
he said her husband was coming.
No, it's yeah. So here you go, you guys. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
No, that's okay. Take your time, Bob. For viewers that are just joining us,
fire department's gone.
We'll give Bob a second to catch his breath. For viewers that are just joining us, Bob literally just saved a woman from flood water. She drove into it. Bob, now that you've sort of had a second, because this is a very active situation, you have first responders. Bob, we're going to pass it off to you.
Reunited. There you go. Yeah, you guys reunited. All right, good. You're good. You good? Yeah, don't. Yeah, man. Hey, absolutely. Hey, absolutely. Yeah, of course. Anytime. I'll do it again. Don't go that way. Go this way, all right?
So I don't know what's going on there.
It's it's flooded out. It was up to my chest. So and I dragged her out, but she's fine. She's just cold. Get her a blanket. Yeah, you can keep the shirt. Nah, keep it. It's all yours. All right, so this is what's going on, you guys. This is the Peachtree Creek, and we had the video before of all the rescues that were going on. It's about a mile down the way. 60 people rescued from that apartment complex. It's a Peachtree Park apartment complex. And Craig, you like this. 12 pets were also rescued too. So yeah, see you guys later. Hey, be safe, all right? Yeah. So, hold on. Say? Bob.
Bob.
Yeah.
Bob, thank you.
Yeah, nice.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Yeah,
I'll do it again. Hey, good luck. All right. So you got all this water that's down here that's cascading in. This Peachtree Creek, you guys, it's almost at a record stage. It's been higher before. It was 23.5 feet right now. The highest it's ever been has been about 25 feet. That was back in 1919. So if you go over here, you can see just the rushing water effect. It's absolutely insane. So this is where it looks like. This is what we're watching. You go all the way down there about a mile. That's where all those apartment complexes were being evacuated, right, with all the high water rescues. That was before the sun started coming up, so that was in the dark. Now if you look at the raging waters of the Peachtree Creek, man, it is just flowing down. You got some debris in there too. You can see a little bit of a tree branch going down. It's not quite to the bottom of the bridge right there. That's a Northside Drive bridge, but it is flowing in that direction towards the Chattahoochee. So yeah, you guys, this is a dangerous situation. Obviously, it's what we say in the business, very kinetic. We've got a lot of things.
It certainly is kinetic. Wait, so is Schmeckley actually banned? Because I'm looking through the list and it doesn't appear that Schmeckley's banned. Have you tried refreshing or restarting your app or something like that? Unless, is there a different name I should be looking for aside from Schmeckley under hidden users right now? Because I'm just not seeing you. Jesus fucking Christ. You remember when we were talking about that fire that was happening apparently during this all? Like, this is it. This is the ridiculous nonsense situation of a multi-house fire in the middle of a 20-foot storm surge and just the storm in general. It's absolutely ridiculous. Just insane. Tax the Poor 2007 followed. Welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation, Tax the Poor 2007. Interesting name. This is apparently emergency personnel, also in South Pasadena. Maybe the same ones who were just passing by that burning building. Just look at this. I think that must be a car dealership there, it looks like. So that's an entire loss. I mean, this footage is insane. It's like suddenly this hotel to the left is in a lake. I mean, the street is now a river. In fact, I don't even know if there's any real distinction between the two bodies of water. It's just one big body of water everywhere. You hate flood fires? Or fire floods? I don't know. I don't know what the distinction between the two would be, to be honest. But yeah, Schmegly, if you go by a different name that I should look by, I guess Discord message me that name so I can get you unblocked. Alright, this is also in Florida, but Manatee County. Oh, that's good. Seems like... I don't know exactly how many manatees are in Manatee County, but now you can definitely say that Manatee County is a good place for manatees. Sorry. Clearly the whole county is now manatee friendly. Alright, where is this? Miami Beach? Treasure Island. Is that a real place? Treasure Island? Okay. Treasure Island, Florida. Oh, Jesus Christ. Just Schmegly. I don't think you're banned. I don't think you're banned, pal. I think something else is happening. I don't know what it is, but it's not that. Seems like the beach has come in a lot further here. I'm assuming this wasn't all beach, but now it would appear to be all beach. Sand clearly just about everywhere. Especially in places you don't want it. You legally can't hug the county because it's a manatee, because it's Manatee County. Is there a law against hugging manatees? I didn't realize that.
Illegal.
Alright, wait, why did I just switch back to the office? This was an unnecessary switch. Who doesn't love sea cows? Sea cows are great. We should have a sea cow based government. Manatees make all the decisions now.
What?
You heard me. So apparently this is in a place called Gulfport. I don't think the boats are supposed to be on land like that. I'm not a boat expert. This appears to be the National Guard. Damn. Is that a... Okay, apparently there's a... What is that? Dock? Dock in somebody's front yard. Humvees going down the fucking street. Looks like the fucking apocalypse around here. Jesus Christ. How would you like a 50-foot speedboat? I mean, a sailboat in your, well, I don't know, backyard. It appears to be in a casino. I'm betting it. Is it right here? Well, I'm betting the sailboat right now on this hand. You can't stop me.
Helene, now a tropical storm, made landfall in the Big Bend region of Florida's Gulf Coast as a Category 4 hurricane and is already linked to at least 3 deaths. The powerful storm dumped large amounts of water that flooded city streets and entered homes. Even before its arrival, the storm had caused power outages for over 1 million customers and severe flooding in several areas. Officials fear more fatalities would be discovered today as the storm gusted in with 225 km/h winds. Helene is tied as the 14th most powerful hurricane to hit anywhere in the United States since records have been kept, and is the 7th most powerful to slam into Florida.
We saw storm surges in many parts of the west coast of Florida that exceeded what we saw in Hurricane Idalia, which took a similar track. It was similar strength, maybe a little bit weaker, but you were seeing significantly more storm surge in places like Tampa Bay. We also saw major storm surge, of course, in the Big Bend region. There was a...
Hold on. This thing is lagging. It's lagging in a way I don't like. Not a fan. I mean, all the lagging is bad. And I honestly don't know what causes it usually. Never seems to be any clear culprit. Alright, give me 30 seconds. I'm just gonna try and get this to cooperate here. See if there's anything I have open that I don't need open right now. Let's see what's good. Yeah, it's pretty laggy. What's also not helping me notice that it's as laggy as it is the fact that the stream is behind me by so much. Okay, now it appears to be running smoothly again. Let's hope it stays that way. I've just been trying to make sure I clip this content more lately, as you may have noticed. But if it's all laggy, nobody wants to watch that. Who wants to watch laggy clips? Ridiculous.
A what now?
Alright, let's go back to this.
Traffic fatality last night. We also this morning can report that there's been another fatality reported in Dixie County due to a tree falling on the home during the storm. Overnight, as soon as it was safe to do, and even in many cases probably wasn't perfectly safe to do, search and rescue operations were conducted to help people that were in distress and transport them to safety. And now it's still early. They're going to have those folks who were responding to those calls. They're going to be doing broader search and rescue in those areas that did get hit with significant storm surge, and see if there's any other problems or if there's any folks that are still left behind. But as of now, we don't have reports of that, and so those missions were successful.
Right. So at the time, no reports of that. Things did get worse. It hasn't lagged for 2 to 3 minutes for you? Weird. Weird.
Atlanta News First reporter Don Shipman is in Gwinnett County, where there is flooding and
if that's
some
true,
people trapped. Is that right, Don?
If that is true, if it hasn't lagged for 2 to 3 minutes for you, that to me, I think, means that it's lagging for some people more than others, which to me leads me to believe it has more to do with the servers. Once again, some sort of funneling happening somewhere.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We are in this neighborhood right here. It is the Connemara neighborhood, and look at this water right here. And it's been rising since we got here. It's come up about 2 feet since we've got here. And then look across the way over there. You can see all those people there. They're waving. We've been waving back and forth to them. There's about 100 homes in this neighborhood on that side
just waving
of
to each
the
other.
Flood zone here, and they're trapped. They're trapped over there.
Oh. 100 homes worth of people trapped, or vice versa. I'm sure there's probably some number of people trapped over there, and then some number of people trapped on the other side as well. So that's just a real unfortunate situation. And there's just a myriad of those. Is this also in it? No, this is now. Let's go to Georgia here. This is a video of a neighborhood in Atlanta that was also hit by Helene. Flooded just almost entirely is the way I would describe it. I mean, look at this. Oh no, is it lagging again? Why is it lagging? See, it's lagging for me. Is it lagging for everybody else, or is it just me? I don't know what the fucking problem is. What is that, a subway? I didn't even realize Georgia has a subway, but that appears to be a subway, which looks like it's getting really flooded. Right? Is that what that's what we're looking at right here, I think. My voice isn't lagging, but the video is. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. And it's bothering me a lot. The fact is, it's fine here on mine, but I look at it on YouTube, it's bad. The stream software looks fine. Then when I look at it on another device, it's like... Emotional support character missing too? Oh no. Oh boy. That's a problem. I don't think I can even replace it right now. Can I? Maybe I can. Oh, is it lagged out? My mouth doesn't move when I talk. That's not good. The fact is, it's just super hard for me to tell, because it's also like you're way behind me. You're behind by like 30 plus seconds. Looks like it's trying to catch up, but it's just, ugh. That actually looks, wait, that's looking better. That's looking better. It's improving. So this is back in Florida somewhere called Tarpon Springs. The entire main street, as you can see, is clearly flooded. But it's all on the edge of the water, so, you know. It's the sort of thing you feel like you would expect living here. Some of these boats appear to be in some strange spots, places I wouldn't expect them to be in. I'm assuming they were knocked off of and blown places. Alright, this is back in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's just keep this moving. Where is this? How far back are we now? Alright, this is also from yesterday. We are getting closer to more current footage of stuff.
Is making its way through Georgia right now as a tropical storm. More than 60 million people are currently under watches and warnings. The system made landfall in western Florida in its Big Bend region last night as a Category 4 hurricane. At least 4 people have died as a result of the storm. The governors of Florida, Georgia, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia all declared emergencies in their states. Well, CBS News national correspondent Manuel Bojorquez has been tracking the storm from Tampa, Florida, for us. So, how's Tampa looking these days?
Well, you know, the sun is out. It's a dry day now, but the damage is done. If you take a look over my shoulder here, you can see the residual flooding that was left behind by Hurricane Helene. In fact, we are standing right now on a bridge that connects mainland Tampa to Davis Islands, and that is a place where early this morning firefighters told us they were still having to conduct water rescues, moving people out using high-profile vehicles. So this right now is being used just by emergency personnel for the most part. There is a level 1 trauma facility, Tampa General Hospital on the islands there as well. They put up a wall to protect against the storm surge, and they say they got 4 feet of water up onto that wall in the overnight hours. It was impressive to watch where we were yesterday at Ballast Point Park, which is just down that way, how quickly after about 6 o'clock or so the water started to rise. Today it has started to recede, but again, for many people,
I think it's notable that he's doing this report from on top of a bridge. You know, I think, you know, considering everything, like, reporters kind of, I think they tend to try and set themselves up in good places, but also in these sorts of situations, places where they can, you know, avoid any sort of potential problems. I think it's funny that they're here on this bridge still, like, yeah, maybe shit's still gonna go down. This is another story on, I think... Oh, wait, where is this? What just happened? Is this the right one?
People in the metro area, it is still very dangerous out there.
What is going on? This is the wrong story. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I take it back.
The loss of life that we've seen, a lot of it has been by fallen trees because of saturated ground. And even though the winds are starting to die down, there's still trees literally falling. One fell at the mansion across the driveway after we left this morning and basically before we got here to the State Operations Center. We're continuing to see that in the metro area, and I know we'll see that in East Georgia as well. We also have the potential for flash flooding. And the waters are going to continue to rise for the next 24 to potentially 48 hours, especially on the northern part of the state. So if you're out, you need to be weather aware. If you don't have to get out, I would just tell you to try to hunker down at the house or, you know, limit your activities. Power outages, we have 1 million customers that are currently, or 1 million meters, much more customers, but 1 million meters that are without power. Our utility companies are working as we speak. They literally started going in behind the storm as soon as day broke. We remain in constant contact with our utility providers in that regard. Georgia Power has roughly 10,000 personnel responding, and our EMCs have literally thousands that are doing the same, and we thank them for that. We have 17 shelters open across the state, housing 1,100 people.
I was walking my dog at about like 11:30, getting ready for bed, and I noticed the water was approaching the fence over on my side of the complex. So I started knocking on doors saying, hey, if you've got towels, let's try to barricade the bottoms of the doors. Called my family in Tampa and was checking in on them because I was like, if it's this bad here, I wonder what it's like there.
All right, let's keep this going. Let's go north to, actually, wait, no, this isn't, no, Steinhatchee, I think Steinhatchee is still Florida, so we're going to go back down to Florida. I think Steinhatchee is like one of the towns in the Big Bend area.
We begin with the breaking news. Helene is still wreaking havoc across the southeastern U.S. At least 25 people are dead across 4 different states after Helene roared ashore in Florida overnight.
Anybody in your house?
That's video of crews racing to rescue people trapped inside burning homes in that part of Florida. The storm went from a Category 1 to a Category 4 hurricane and then back to a tropical depression today, all within the span of 24 hours. Right now, multiple states are facing once-in-a-lifetime flooding. Just look at those images. More than 3 million people without power. According to our NBC affiliate WCYB in northeastern Tennessee, more than 50 patients and staff members were trapped on the roof of a hospital earlier today because of rising floodwaters there. Our NBC News crews have this storm completely covered. We've got Kathy Park in Florida for us. We've got Priscilla Thompson in Georgia, meteorologist Bill Cairns tracking where Helene is headed next. Kathy, I want to start with you. I mean, we can see the destruction behind you. I know you're on the Gulf Coast.
All right. Now we know where it went next. It went to Georgia, and it went to North Carolina. But let's keep looking at some of the footage from Florida first. Did I just do that? Click back. At least they don't have basements to flood. That's a good point. Although, technically, basements may have saved some lives because they would have taken up some amount of the water, at least in my thinking. Because, I mean, I know we've only heard of 3 people dead, but the point is many more people, as it turns out, have died from this. But during all of the storm, people could not figure out just how many people died.
That building there is going to come apart. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Say a prayer, friends. This is Whidden heading down the Gulf. I was trying to make it to my mama's house, but it's neck deep here. I'm not able to get any further. Oh man. This is the museum. Oh no.
So many are without power and self. We heard it, and just in Georgia, that was the guy talking in Georgia who said there's 1 million meters without power, meaning however many people per meter there are in Georgia. Let's assume 2 million people without power, right? And yeah, cell service goes along with that. Towers getting knocked out with the same winds that knocked out the poles. And this is basically the same story for Florida and other places.
It's chest deep here now. Oh no, the water's made it in the museum. I'm not gonna be able to go much further. It's about to be over my head. It's hard to take in. However bad we imagined it would be when we were fighting this thing in the darkness, it's so much worse in the daylight. Entire houses are missing or flattened in on themselves. The hardware store is gone. It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. But we have too much footage for it to stay unbelievable for too long. If somebody just told me this, I'd be like, that sounds pretty crazy. But we're seeing it with our own eyes. This is video of people being rescued from a roof of a hospital that apparently flooded to the 2nd floor.
The remnants of Hurricane Helene sweeping through the...
Or maybe it was only one
The
floor.
remnants of Hurricane Helene sweeping through the south and the death toll rising at this hour. At least 43...
No, it's just one.
3 people now reported dead after the storm made landfall in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. Extensive damage seen in western Florida. The storm system also hammering Georgia, the Carolinas, and Tennessee, triggering more devastating flooding as it moves north. Those floodwaters leaving more than 50 people trapped on the roof of a Tennessee hospital. Rescuers racing to save them by helicopter in what officials there describe as a dangerous situation for those first responders.
Now this is Tennessee. Showing these people being rescued by a helicopter. Look at the fucking river. It's not even a river. What am I talking about? This is just flooding. I don't think this is actually a river. But look at the fucking floodwaters. Like, I know that the focus, like, my eye immediately went to the helicopter, but then I started noticing these fucking giant, like, clumps of trees just floating on down at, what is that, 5-10 miles an hour or something? Hey, somebody subscribed just now to the channel. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. Was that 100? We have 190 to go now to 500. This is back in Florida. Oh my god, and the ocean's just coming onto the road. Salt water is not good for cars, historically.
And now to Florida, where Helene roared ashore in the Big Bend region overnight as the most powerful storm to ever hit that part of the state. CBS's Jason Allen is on the ground. And Jason, what are you seeing tonight?
Good evening, Maurice. This community has been hit by 3 hurricanes now, or 3 hurricanes in 13 months. And this one clearly hit the hardest. It destroyed some buildings that had survived those other storms.
Florida was rocked by Helene's first punch, making landfall late Thursday as a dangerous Category 4 hurricane with 140-mile-per-hour winds and up to 14 inches of rain. In the midst of the storm off Sanibel Island, this Coast Guard crew made a daring rescue, saving a man and his dog who were stranded on his 36-foot sailboat taking on water.
We have a lot of damage throughout the state. Water mostly on the west coast and the peninsula.
In Steinhatchee, 48 hours earlier, storm-weary residents had prayed Helene would miss them. The waterside docks and restaurants that once stood here, though, are now gone. The storm surge shoved buildings off their foundations.
If you let
More
it
than
play
that.
with your mind,
Looks like
you
it
just
lifted
can't
it up
go
and
there.
just
You can't.
dropped it.
It's horrible.
Linda Wicker lost the restaurant she has owned for 20 years. She seemed more shaken by what she saw all around the small fishing village.
This is the water line from the storm surge, all the way up here at the top of this shed. So I'm reaching probably about 7 feet.
It's higher than that. Yeah, it's higher than that. You can see it. You can see the remnants of... Yeah, you can see it right there. Holy... It's like It's practically 10 feet. It's almost 10 feet, right? I don't know exactly how tall this guy is. You'd assume 5'10". I think that's the average height for men. And yeah, maybe a little less than 10 feet. Real close. Very close to 10 feet.
This shed, so I'm reaching probably about 7 feet. The line is another 1.5 feet, 2 feet above that. Wicker and her family are already thinking about how to restore what Helene washed away.
There's a lot of folks that, you know, don't have a place to go, have nothing, no money, now no home, no nothing. So we got to help them too.
I'm Nicole Valdez in Tampa Bay. In order to see some of Tampa's hardest hit areas, we had to charter a
Weird, these boats aren't in the water, seemingly.
boat to take us there. On historic Davis Island,
Wait, there was
streets
another
are underwater
fire?
and boats are on land. This one washed up right into a house. Last night, this house was gutted by flames. Marie Terry lives next door and would have been there, but her daughter insisted she leave.
I'm just...
Wow. I want to focus on the fire, but this place is insane. Look at this house. What in the fuck is this? What is this? What is this thing? It'd be like a $20 million house or something. It's enormous. Look how big the windows are. They must be 15 feet tall. Or maybe not 15. They're tall.
Just such a beautiful house, and to see it like this is like, what could have happened?
And neighbors tell me this surge was unlike anything they've seen in decades. $1 million boats like this one now teetering on the edge of that seawall, and just beyond it, the charred shell of what was once one couple's home. They still aren't.
Yeesh. Okay. Let's go back to Georgia.
Well, Helene is now tearing through Georgia after making landfall in Florida overnight. Strong winds and heavy rains are pounding the Atlanta metro area, and that is where our Dave Malkoff is standing by with an update on the storm. Dave, good morning.
Hi, Anne-Marie. This is Atlanta in the north part of Georgia, and look at how high the water is here. We could expect another 3 to 5 inches of rain coming down as Helene moves over us. This apartment complex is completely underwater. In fact, Marcus and his wife Nastasia and their 3-month-old baby, they live way back there. When the rain started to come down and the flood water started to rise, there's a big creek back there that has contributed to this as well. A neighbor came down and knocked on their door, telling them, we got to get you guys out of here. We got to get you to move to higher ground. They did that. They left their car back there. He says it's probably underwater right now, and here comes the rain again. But this shows you how widespread the damage of this hurricane is. As it comes over land, it loses the power of the water, and there's a lightning flash right there. It loses the power that sucks up from the water. But
Hold on, let's see. Anything else we need to see here?
What are you seeing, and is the risk of danger over?
This is the same spot, Lindsay, and
all right, let's go here to North Carolina. They got hit directly after Georgia, essentially. Along with South Carolina, of
Our
course.
team coverage continues this morning to keep everyone safe as Helene hits the Carolinas hard.
Teams in Randolph County and down in Asheville. Let's start in Asheville with WFMY News 2's Amber Lake. Amber, just minutes ago during the break, we saw a car that was floating in your live shot.
I didn't get a cue in my ear, guys, so I'm hoping that I am
tree
on
back
TV
there is
right
moving
now.
a lot.
This entire situation is absolutely insane. We've been out here for just a little bit here in Biltmore Village, and you can see all of this water behind me. It's not supposed to be there. This is all a part of the Swannanoa River that has just overflowed into this area. If you can see that white car down there, that's not where it started. The white car was about 2 blocks behind us. And it's moved down the river because these waters are so quick and they're so strong.
Been watching this car float down the fucking river this whole time.
Very unsafe
there goes,
area here
was that a
in
barrier?
Asheville. Again, we are here in Biltmore Village. We were over at the French Broad River earlier today. We were standing on a bridge, thankfully, but just within a 2-hour span, the amount of water that covered the roadway, you couldn't even tell that there was a road over there. I'm going to show you this video that I shot earlier. So many people came over onto the bridge to take pictures, to take videos. It's just not safe for anybody to do that. But the water is going to continue to rise. Both of these rivers, the French Broad and the Swannanoa River, are expected to crest around 8 p.m. tonight. So this is only going to get worse. We've had police cars out here throughout the day. They keep moving their cars back because the water just keeps rising. And like you can see, it's quick. So if you're in this area, if your car gets stuck in this area, it's gone, just like that white car down there. We are working to reach out to city officials to talk about some of the impacts that are across Asheville. We did see that 2 shelters were open this morning for people who needed it, but those 2 shelters have been closed. We're unsure why those shelters have been closed, but people...
Because you can see it's not only the rain, right? It's not just the winds, which they said were north of 100 miles an hour in some areas, I think. It's not, it's not just those things. It's also the actual storm surge is getting pushed in from the Gulf of Mexico, all this salt water. But you can clearly see just how much it is raining throughout all of this going on, right? If you pay attention to the surface of the water here, it's just getting pelted by rain.
For people who are needing to get out of this weather. I do have a friend that lives out here, and she told me, she works at the hospital close by here in Asheville, and she told me that a lot of the surgeries have been stopped because they're using their secondary power at the hospital. So unless it's an emergency surgery, they've stopped most of the surgeries at the hospital. This is a severe, dangerous event. So if you are in this area, or if you're even in the Triad and you're seeing flooded areas, make sure that you don't go through and you stay safe, guys.
Yeesh, Carolina's getting smacked. Rocky Mount tornado. Oh, this is... I think, is this in Tennessee?
Watching our coverage, saw the direction of the storm, and he said, I looked out the window, and there it was, the giant tornado that was ripping through the businesses nearby.
Boy, and think about the power to be able to not only knock down that building that just is in pieces now, the twisted metal, the cars that are overturned.
No, it looks like this is North Carolina.
The
Holy shit. So we've talked about how hurricanes do produce winds that can create actual tornadoes. And clearly that has happened here in North Carolina.
Of the wind and the rain that was coming down all at the same time, making for very treacherous conditions there. We want to go back to WRL's Grace Haba, who is on the ground there. Grace, at least the rain has stopped now, and you have some new information to share with us about what happened there in Rocky Mount.
Yeah, the rain having stopped.
You almost couldn't tell there was a building there before.
If any, we can take out of all of this destruction. And you all just mentioned the strength of this storm and just how strong these winds had to be to not only knock over an 18-wheeler, but really to level buildings. This is one that we just found. It's off Tiffany Boulevard, just past the intersection of Wesleyan, as we mentioned. It's completely leveled. You see cars there in the parking lot, too, tossed around as if they were just paper. Right next to where I'm standing, too, are pieces of brick just tossed around as though they're nothing. I mean, it's kind of heavy, I'm not gonna lie, so I'm gonna drop it back down, but all over this parking lot, tons of brick, glass everywhere, so you really need to watch your step, too, if you're out here, because you don't know.
Okay, let's go to this. I think it's a statement from
Glass.
All the orders were transported to
Fire
emergency
department?
healthcare.
Any fatalities?
No fatalities. No fatalities.
Can you describe their injuries at all or what the extent was?
As of right now, I don't have all the information. They were just mainly transported to the facility for the most part, so UNC Healthcare.
When you look at the extensive damage, where do you and your crews start?
So yes, first we do an assessment of the entire facility. We actually meet with the occupants of this area, try to get an assessment of exactly where the damage is at. We start doing a assessment and doing a walkthrough of all the areas just to make sure there are any lost lives and assess the damage. And we go back triage those patients and those victims, and then we transport them to UNC Healthcare.
Okay, you gave me a lot of numbers off the top, so I want to roll through them all. Make sure I got them right. There are 14 buildings.
14 total buildings with serious damage.
14 buildings with serious damage.
Correct.
How many total people injured?
15 total injured.
15 total.
15 total injured.
4 of those
are serious. That is correct.
All at UNC?
That is correct.
UNC here.
UNC Healthcare.
I see that you have some drones up in the sky right now. Walk me through where you guys are, because there's a lot of people out here, a lot of first responders. Where are you starting this?
So right now we're currently in the recovery phase. We're just trying to wrap our hands around everything. We're actually doing a damage assessment, make sure all the power is cut, the gas is cut, utilities are cut, and then once we get that, make it deemed safe for the occupants to go back in, then they can assess the area. Currently right now, each building is being assessed by a building inspector.
So yeah, 15 people injured, 14 buildings damaged here in North Carolina from this apparent tornado. That's not even the hurricane, technically. I mean, it's part of the hurricane. Like, it came off of the hurricane, essentially, but it's really not the damage. This is completely different than what's happening in other places. It's crazy. It's crazy just how much power is in this storm right now. Okay, let's go back to Florida. This is showing first responders attempting to
we turn our attention
fix
to the
things here
of those
in the wake
Florida.
of the storm.
First responders in the state are now racing against the clock to rescue residents. Recovery begins. Let's get an update on the situation. Joining us now is Bradenton Police Captain Brian Thayers. Brian, thank you so much for being with us. I know you and your team have been incredibly busy in the last 24 hours. What's the current situation regarding emergency response and those rescue operations?
We have been at it for, including our planning and preparation, well over 72 hours with little sleep. I am happy to report that we are seeing a sense of normalcy back in our city. Obviously, we have significant flood damage along our riverfront areas, a lot of houses with a lot of water, a lot of residents that are going to be displaced for quite some time. But we were out today driving around, checking on people, and there's such a sense of optimism in our town. People are extremely happy to be alive, have gotten through this, and as they say, items and things can be replaced, but lives cannot, and so we're thankful for that from our standpoint.
Yeah, Captain, I'm joining you live from the other side of the mouth of Tampa Bay.
I think we saw this video. It's pretty crazy.
Responders out there
yeah, we definitely
in
saw
disasters like this. And then lastly, where do we go from here as we open up into the weekend and recovery begins?
Can you imagine just driving through what is basically a wave?
We prioritize, obviously, calls that have imminent
it's like car surfing.
Danger to life,
but
that goes to the top of the list, and we respond. We go out. When the wind speeds became sustained at 45 miles an hour, we pull our personnel in and try to monitor that.
Okay. So yeah, they are trying to get 5 million people's power back on in Florida. Like we were saying before, it was probably a similar situation to Georgia. And yeah, sounds like a exact copy of what's happening in Georgia. Perhaps even more, now that I think about it. Because I think I said, what, there's probably 2.5 million people or something like that without power in Georgia. 4.5 in Florida. Good God.
Florida is bracing for the wrath of Hurricane Helene, and a common question that scientists face during natural disasters like this is, has climate change impacted the severity of these storms? Let's bring in Jim DeFede and Brian New, who are looking at the public perception of climate change in their states. Jim is an investigative reporter with CBS News Miami, and Brian is an investigative reporter with CBS News Texas. It is so great to be with both of you. Jim, I want to start with you. We have seen with major storms in the past, politicians demand help from the federal government, but then many of those same politicians will vote against climate change legislation. So how
and against funding the things that are giving
positions?
them funding.
Thank you for having me. And let me just sort of say, I think the timing of this is incredible with Hurricane Helene barreling down on Florida. You know, you can expect that Governor DeSantis, Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Rick Scott, as well as all the congressional delegations, particularly on the Republican side, will be demanding that the federal government come in and offer assistance. But at the same time, as you point out, they vote against many of the very same types of climate change legislation that might, at some point, mitigate some of these issues, might help with it.
Yeah, it's weird. Weird how that goes.
I don't want reality.
Tonight, several states are recovering from the wrath of Hurricane Helene. In Florida, residents of hard-hit Cedar Key are coping with the...
It is, isn't it? It's lagging again. I see it. It's lagging. Why? Why do you insist on forsaking me? That's super annoying.
Hot right now.
You want me to hydrate? That's probably a good idea. Go for some hydration. Okay. Maybe I gotta close this right now. I don't know why. Well, gotta turn my soundboard off, people. Seems to be the only thing that's
aftermath of devastating floods. The storm tore a path of destruction from the Florida Panhandle to Georgia and North Carolina, claiming 42 lives. In Asheville, North Carolina, a roof floats by in floodwaters. Heavy rain soaked the city in the mountains,
appears to be more than a roof.
triggering concerns about landslides. Floodwaters rushed out of the floodgates to ease pressure on lakes near Charlotte. And in Tampa, a man documented the flooding of his home on TikTok. He says storm surge waters reached about,
Jesus Christ, this guy.
about 4.5 feet. He told followers that he would use that purple kayak to escape if things got any worse.
Any worse?
Is
What's
no
worse
longer a
than
tropical
this?
system, but millions of people now are left to assess its damage as relief efforts kick into high gear. And in one Florida community, it is deja vu all over again. Helene is the third hurricane to hit there in the past 13 months. CBS News Miami's Naja Sherman has more on how the people in Perry are rallying around each other once more.
Walking through neighborhoods in Perry, we see a lot of situations like this. Power lines down, massive trees uprooted.
Shit.
But despite the extent of the damage,
That's a big
people in this
tree.
community tell me they feel fortunate. It could have been so much worse.
Alan Hall returned to his home in Perry after evacuating before Hurricane Helene. As he cleaned up debris, he told me the worst part was not knowing if he would have a home to return to.
It was rough. It's been rough for the last few days because we, like I said, we went through Idalia 13 months ago, and it was a rough cleanup for our community. And this year, this storm did a good job on us again.
But in this difficult time, neighbors were helping neighbors.
And what this does do is it builds our community. It does.
Ooh. Trying to find that silver lining, pal. Alright, this is
Greene County is where we find News Channel 11's Maddie Cotespati. Maddie, it is getting more difficult to get in and out of the county, isn't it?
Casey, the condition of the bridges leading in and out of the county are part of the reason why Greene County is under a state of emergency by the mayor. Now, the photos and videos that you are seeing on your screen is the Highway 107 bridge that collapsed just after 6:30 this evening. This flooding is flowing in from the Nolichucky River. Emergency personnel say anyone who lives downstream from this river should evacuate and seek shelter immediately.
Just remember the danger of this water. It doesn't take but just a little bit to sweep your feet out, and this water is running so fast. It doesn't take much at all. It's rising really fast, so just be conscious and take care of everybody.
Yeah, shit is really much more serious than I think we may have thought going into it initially. I mean, the latest numbers that I've seen on death tolls over 50. This is in Tennessee, where a dam is near imminent failure. Yeah, I reckon that's not what it's supposed to be doing. Holy fuck. This is insane. It just looks like a massive waterfall. That's not what it's supposed to... You're supposed to be able to see the top of the dam. That's a given. You're supposed to... Otherwise, it's not damming anything. Oh, that's bad, too. That's even more concerning. I mean, don't get me wrong. That part is concerning. But this, right here, this little offshoot here, that means that the side is failing. Which means the whole dam's gonna collapse. Insane. Good God. Alright, let's go to this. This was from 4 hours ago. It's the most recent update we have on all of this, I guess.
Tonight, dozens are dead and millions are trying to pick up the pieces after Helene made landfall earlier this week as a Category 4 hurricane. Christian Benavides reports the property damage alone is estimated to be in the billions.
Helene left behind a path of destruction after making landfall in Florida and making its way through the southeast. In Tennessee, National Guard's helicopters spent hours airlifting more than 50 people, including some patients, off the roof of a hospital where they had been trapped by floodwater.
Rescues have been made. Attempts have been made. Some people are stranded on the roofs of their homes and places like that.
In Georgia and the Carolinas, severe flooding led to a number of rescues. In Asheville, North Carolina, residents were told to shelter in place as life-threatening floods damaged homes, toppled trees, and knocked out power to more than 800,000 people.
This is one of the worst storms in modern history for parts of western North Carolina. The end of the rain is not the end of the threat.
In Florida, cleanup is underway after Helene's storm surge and damaging winds wiped out communities.
So as you look around here, you see some homes that are now just rubble. This stuff's coming in, it's fierce, and it just is unstoppable. So there's a lot.
Yeah. Maybe you should start, taking sea level rise more serious, Ron. Considering it affects your state quite a lot, as it turns out. Alright, that's enough of Hurricane Helene. We've done like an hour and a half of Hurricane Helene, I think, and that's enough. That's all I can do. There will probably be more discussion of Hurricane Helene tomorrow. We are doing a Sunday Fun Day stream tomorrow for sure. Whoopsies, didn't mean to do that. Whoopsies. Go back, please. Please go back. Oh my god, there we go. Alright. Now, we're going to stay in the United States real quick. Continue talking about the environment. No. Why are you... It's like 5 videos ahead. Alright, yes, let's go. Let's go here to the Associated Press from 17 hours ago, discussing the current struggle ongoing to replant forests in the wake of massive wildfires in the western United States.
We're in a place of such drastic climate change that we are not talking about whether or not some of these places will be a different kind of forest, but whether or not they will be forests at all. Over 70% of our water in the western US comes from our forested ecosystems and our mountains.
Wow.
For that water to come the way we want it, clean, at the right time, throughout the year, we need to have forests, not just grasslands. And after these large fires, there are certainly some places that are regenerating just fine, and there's other places where we really don't see regeneration happening.
We have an idea of what trees were there prior to the burn, but still a lot of questions around what trees could we expect to see in these landscapes decades from now, knowing that the climate's going to be warmer and drier. So we're partnering with researchers to help us figure that out.
Our goal is to understand how tree species are surviving outside of their current existing range. So if you think about where any given species is on the mountain, we wanted to push that envelope to understand if they are able to go a little bit higher in elevation or perhaps a little bit lower.
With all these factors we're up against, we are open to any unique solutions the research and the data tells us.
We need to start being creative if we want trees on our landscapes.
Well, I want trees on our landscapes. I don't know about you. I'm kind of big into trees. They're pretty important. Alright, let's keep talking about wildfires, but let's go to South America. This is in Ecuador, where residents are fighting a wildfire encroaching on the capital of Ecuador. Let's go here to channel 4. Raging wildfires threatening homes in Ecuador's capital. Residents are joining firefighters to combat the blaze. The country is experiencing its worst drought in 60 years, fueling the wildfire. The source of the fire is unknown, but it's expected to last through the night. No deaths or serious injuries have yet been reported. Okay. Now, earlier today, actually yesterday, the 2 activists who were seen not only on this channel but pretty much all over the internet, gluing themselves to the wall of what I believe was the Louvre and attacking a Van Gogh, quote unquote, with tomato soup, were sentenced earlier today. Or not today. I was supposed to do the story yesterday, but we didn't because I didn't do a Friday stream. So I'm throwing me off. Yesterday, let's go to here, where even more activists, hours after sentencings, attacked the exact same painting with more soup. Of course, if you're not aware, this painting is completely protected by glass, I believe. So, throwing things onto it don't actually damage the painting itself.
3 activists from Just Stop Oil threw soup at 2 of Vincent van Gogh's Sunflowers paintings in London's National Gallery on Friday. Just after 2 members of the same group were sentenced to jail time for doing the same thing in 2022. In that incident, 2 members of the group threw tomato soup at a Sunflowers painting.
Yeah, you can clearly see.
And then glued them.
When you look at it, you can clearly see the shadow, which indicates that it's on a different surface than the actual paint. There's glass between this and the paint itself. The painting is fine. Van Gogh can rest in his grave knowing everything's fine, aside from the fact that these 2 people just trying to do the right thing and wake people up to the problems that are currently happening are now in jail, or going to be in jail. They've now been sentenced to jail. I believe it's 2 years.
The group threw tomato soup at a Sunflowers painting.
She said 2 years,
and then
right?
glued themselves to a wall.
What is worth more, art or life?
That's Phoebe Plummer in the video. The now 23-year-old was handed a 2-year prison sentence for a criminal damage charge, plus an additional 3 months for the relatively new offense of interfering with the use of key national infrastructure.
We cannot afford new oil and gas.
The other activist from 2022 was Anna Holland, who was sentenced to 20 months. The pair had pleaded not guilty. Prosecutors said the soup toss caused over $13,000 worth of damage to the painting's frame. The work itself...
I'm sorry, what? $13,000 of damage to a frame? Can you do that much damage to a frame for a painting? Ridiculous.
It was behind a protective screen. It was undamaged and went back on display the same day. The judge said the pair had no right to do what they did, adding, quote, "Your arrogance in thinking otherwise deserves the strongest condemnation."
How dare you slightly injure that frame with soup?
Plummer said she was being made a political prisoner, an assertion that drew a critical rebuke from the judge. There's been a wider crackdown on protest movements in Britain and across Europe. In July, 5 members of Just Stop Oil were jailed for at least 4 years for conspiracy to block London's M25 highway. They were the longest sentences ever imposed for a non-violent protest in Britain.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. Why do you put 2 people in jail for 2 years for throwing soup at a wall? This is ridiculous. This is completely ridiculous, but thankfully people haven't given up. I don't know if it can be appealed, but I think it should be. All right, now let's go here to Reuters from a few days ago, where apparently Belgian climate scientists are growing the pears of the future. What that means? Well, let's find out.
A group of climate scientists in Belgium are currently exploring what the pears of the future might be like.
Pears tend to be less firm and have more sugar.
In the Belgian province of Limburg, the country's pear-growing heartland, an unusual orchard stands out. It is made of a cluster of 12 transparent domes.
It's called an ecotron, which is in fact a climate change simulator.
Inside the domes, researchers are growing pears in an environment that imitates how climate change will affect the region in 2040. Their aim? To understand the impact of climate change for Europe's fruit growers. Here is François Renaud, an associate professor at the University of Hasselt.
2040, it's actually tomorrow, it's only 20 years, but still we see differences in the frequency of heat waves. So heat waves more frequent, droughts more frequent, more intense precipitation events, so therefore less even precipitation in total, and increase in CO2 concentration.
So yeah, if you haven't figured out what this scientific experiment is, they're not actually growing future pears. What they're doing is they are attempting to grow pears in the potential climate of the future if we stay on the same path we are on in terms of global warming and environmental changes. What the pears would actually be like for us, 20, 50 years down the line type of thing.
The 3-year experiment will cover 3 harvests. This year's crop of 2040-era pears is being studied at the Flanders Centre of Post-Harvest Technology. Researchers compare them to pears grown in domes simulating today's climate. Here is Doreen Vannies, a researcher at the VCBT.
So we measure different things in this lab. We measure sugar content or firmness. We also measure how big those pears are that come from the future and the current climates. And we see that if we have higher temperature on the trees, that pears tend to be less firm and have more sugar.
And that's bad.
Is not good for storage, because when you store them at a lower firmness, they will not keep as long for the growers, which will reduce the amount of pears that they can put onto the market.
Yep, exactly. If they come off the trees more soft, they're more likely to be damaged in shipping and in storage. That all makes perfect sense. Now, United States, as it turns out, has not been the only place flooding. Let's go here to Guardian News to discuss that a little bit. Actually, yeah, no, let's do that. I guess I'll do it this way. Yeah, that seems like a good way to do it. All right, yep. What? Why is it lagging again?
Storm Boris is lashing large.
So it's not even my soundboard that's making it lag. It's something else. It's got to have something to do with the fucking servers. It's got to have something to do with servers somewhere. Maybe because there's a bunch of towers and power down in a bunch of places. Maybe that's what's causing all this fucking lag today. That's got to be it.
Parts of Central and Eastern Europe.
East Nigeria, thousands of people have been forced to flee their homes after a dam failed.
Unprecedented rains have triggered floods and landslides in central Japan.
Jesus Christ. Floods engulf Nigeria's northeastern Borno state, displacing almost 1 million people. The floods hit the city of Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, after a dam burst due to intense rainfall in late August. Satellite imagery captured the impact of the collapse. Before, Oh my god. Europe has also been hit by unusually heavy floods, triggered by Storm Boris. The Danube in Hungary's capital Budapest rose to a record level, bursting its banks and closed
Storm
roads.
Boris has brought severe flooding to a swathe of Central Europe, with parts of the Czech Republic, southwest Poland and Austria particularly badly affected.
If you look at just Austria, which is a part of the region that was affected, there the record really was twice as high as the previous one. To see records being broken by such large margins, that is really the fingerprint of climate change. That is.
Japan's north-central Noto region was hit by strong rains, triggering flooding and landslides and causing widespread damage. Typhoon Yagi also left a trail of destruction in Southeast Asia, killing hundreds of people in Myanmar and Vietnam. Drone footage shows Myanmar's capital Naypyidaw. Yagi, the most powerful typhoon to hit Asia this year, swept through Vietnam, causing the capital, Hanoi's Red River, to swell. And leaving parts of the city of Haikou underwater. Drone footage showed the city of Nanning, which is further inland, also flooded due to the typhoon.
Where we looked at how the chances of a very strong tropical cyclone are changing under climate change. And what we saw was that in the Western North Pacific, and specifically in this region.
And it's lagging again. I can see it happening. How dare you? How rude!
How rude!
It's like you don't even care.
Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Let's go here. This is showing some of the footage from Nepal, where flooding and landslides killed at least 66 people. God damn it. World's underwater. Good God. This is utterly insane. The amount of water. It's building high water flowing past. I mean, just wow. Good God. Turned into a lake. Still lagging, isn't it? It is. I can see it lagging right now. Hold on, I gotta be. I'll be right back. I guess I'll play this for you.
The next speaker is Mr. Kenneth Clark. Mr. Speaker, you will not be surprised to know that it's my intention to vote against the second reading.
I take it back. Play this one. Why can't I hear anything? Oh, there it is.
We've been talking about saving the Amazon for 30 years. Almost 30 years ago, Sting held a concert to save the Amazon right here in New York. And we're still talking about it. The world's largest rainforest, the Amazon, is crucial to any climate change solution. for its capacity to sequester carbon, for its biodiversity, for its fresh water, for the air we breathe, for our morality. And it is on fire. When a room in your house is on fire, you don't say there's a fire in a room in my house, you say my house is on fire. And we only have one house. Sorry. Greed is winning the battle for the Amazon. And what we've done to preserve the Amazon, what we worked so hard for, is being purposefully undone. We need to protect what we have. We need to restore what we have lost. And we need to defund the mechanisms, the perverse tax subsidies, the lending policies, and the institutional investments that fuel deforestation. It's understood that the protection It is understood that the protection and preservation of tropical forests can achieve at least 30% of the emissions reduction.
It's lagging, isn't it? Just a little bit. I can see it happening right now. Yep, there's a lag. There's just, yeah. It's definitely lagging.
So sorry.
It's close to not lagging.
Get to do it over.
It's getting very close. Okay, alright, sorry. I just had to pee really bad. Can't imagine why. Okay. We're back. Okay, now, do we have time for this one right now? How far deep in my, oh my god, not even close to being deep. Oh god. Although actually, I guess we technically do have time for this. But no, but then there's that, and that's going to take up a huge amount of time. All the news happening out there, throwing off my equilibrium. Yeah, we'll save this for later. Save that to watch. Stream is totally lagging. Ugh. Something's going down. I have no idea what. I'm just gonna hit break. I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna break it. Hopefully this improves.
We've been talking about saving the Amazon for 30 years. Almost 30 years ago, Sting held a concert to save the Amazon right here in New York. And we're still talking about it. The world's largest rainforest, the Amazon, is crucial to any climate change solution for its capacity to sequester biodiversity, for its fresh water, for the air we breathe, for our fire. You don't say that in my fire, and we only have winning the battle for the Amazon. And what we've done to preserve the Amazon, what we worked so hard for, is being undone. We need to protect what we have. We need to restore what we have lost. And we need to defund the mechanisms, the perverse tax subsidies, the lending policies, and the institutional investments that fuel deforestation. It's understood that the protection It is understood that the protection and preservation of tropical forests can achieve at least 30% of the emissions reductions we need to protect the planet. On behalf, my goodness, I'm so sorry. In the movies we get to do it over. And without the Amazon, without securing the largest standing tropical forest in the world, we cannot achieve a climate solution, and nothing else we do will matter. Thanks to the Letitia Pact, a framework for recognizing and protecting the valuable forest and its peoples, signed by the governments of Guyana, Suriname, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil, there is a way forward. Thank you, President Duque, for your leadership in formulating the pact. But this initiative, this pact, must have funding. It must have teeth. It must have legislative legitimacy. Conservation International has been working in Amazonia for over 30 years. And we are here now to stand with you, to put funding, to put President Macron, we're sincerely grateful to the French government, which has committed to investing in this effort with a $100 million contribution. Thank you. It's a great start. It is but it is not enough. On behalf of Conservation International, I'm honored to announce that we are committing an additional $20 million in funding. But we can't do it. We need all the help that we can get. Money must go directly to people, society, the people on the front lines, the people on the ground, the people with their feet in the mud. Our efforts will have effect. We will make great progress. And we are not alone. There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
What can be
Get back to those seats, space fams. The final half of the show is coming in hot. And of course, we are going to start the final half with a little bit of space news. What do we got today? Combination space and Earth weather news. Here's Associated Press from 2 days ago. Watch Hurricane Helene as seen from space. See what we did there? And from talking about Hurricane Helene to looking at it from space. Come on. Clicky click. Clickety click.
View now of the eye of Helene. Again, against the limb of the Earth, the International Space Station is currently passing just to the east of the storm, moving from southwest to northeast, traveling 5 miles a second.
Why is it lagging?
Helene is at upper boundary in terms of its size, according to.
Just noticed that the office is looking completely lagged out right now. I can't see the lava lamp moving or the statue or the TVs. Nothing is doing what it's supposed to be doing.
How rude.
What's the deal tonight? What's the deal tonight with the YouTube servers? Huh? This is unusual amount of lag that we have been subjected to. I guess I'll just keep trying to power through it.
View now of the eye of Helene. Again, against the limb of the Earth, the International Space Station is currently passing just to the east of the storm, moving from southwest to northeast, traveling 5 miles a second. Helene is at the upper boundary in terms of its size, according to the National Hurricane Center. As a result, anticipated storm surge, wind, and rainfall impacts will extend far away from its center, which is about 400 miles wide, and well outside the forecast cone.
Wow, look at that lag. Holy cow. Fully blocked.
For 2 days, the Sudan...
Sometimes the clicks don't click. I know. Well, they're not clicking right now. Not in the way I want them to. Alright, now we're gonna go to Africa first here to discuss what's been happening in Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. Over the last 48 hours, the RSF has launched a major offensive there.
For 2 days, the Sudan Armed Forces have been bombarding the capital from the air and with artillery.
SAF.
The first attempt in more than a year to push the...
Sorry, not the RSF, the SAF. Get it confused. Too many three-letter acronyms out there.
Rapid Support Force militia out of Khartoum. Soldiers have started to celebrate, but journalists close to the RSF say their joy is premature, as the militia is well dug in and won't be easily dislodged.
This is Khartoum Hospital, ear, nose and throat department, the cancer hospital, and as you can see, the city is calm. And behind me, you can see the fact.
Is the clip material downloaded or streamed? Well, the fact is, it shouldn't matter, right? Or the fact is, like, it's not lagging on my end. It's only lagging on other people's end. For me, it's all looking perfectly fine until I look at it on a third source, like my phone, and then suddenly it looks like a blocky, lagged out hellscape. And I just don't know what to do about it. I've been trying different things, and for 1 second I thought I had something figured out that was working, and now it's not working, so I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Of medicine. We can give you an idea of what happened inside. Some buildings were damaged due to airstrikes and battles. But, in general, central Khartoum is empty and calm.
The SAF control Omdurman, while the RSF control Khartoum and Khartoum North. In the last 2 days, the army claims to have retaken 2 bridges over the Nile, the Hellfire Bridge connecting Omdurman to Khartoum North, and the White Nile Bridge linking Khartoum.
Wow, yeah, it's so laggy, I can see it right now. This is terrible. Hold on, I'm gonna try and close something and see if this will fix it.
For Omdurman.
Be my soundboard.
In New York, a few pro-army Sudanese greeted the army chief as he prepared to address the UN General Assembly. He says there'll be no further peace talks until the RSF withdraws from territory it occupies. In other words, until it surrenders.
We will not allow a ceasefire without a withdrawal. We refuse any ceasefire, whether it be in Al-Fashir or Khartoum, or in any other place. The forces have to withdraw from the homes of our citizens, from the roads and the areas that they have occupied.
Today he met the Russian foreign minister. After initially backing the RSF, Russia has changed sides, possibly in exchange for access to a naval base. In a deal that would require Russian approval, Algeria has reportedly offered Sudan 31 of its old MiG-29 fighter jets, as Russia updates the Algerian fleet.
Now, what's weird about this situation, if you're not aware, is that Russia has been backing both sides of this war. Both the RSF and SAF at different times, and at sometimes both of them at the same time have been receiving aid from Russia, seemingly backing both horses in this particular conflict. Your Excellency.
The head of the RSF, General Dagalo, has been reduced to tweeting out an address to the UN General Assembly in which he claimed he was ready to talk peace, presumably because he fears the diplomatic tide. None of this helps the victims. In South Kordofan, women displaced by the conflict boil up leaves to feed their children.
That is so sad. Boiling up leaves and handing them out one by one to children. That is unbelievably sad. The thing is my upload bandwidth is the same as it ever is right now. You know, it's running like 12 megs a second, I think. It should be. But it's just not behaving as it should today. I don't know why. And the audio doesn't lag. Right, that's the other thing that's completely nonsense. Yeah. I'm downloading at like 500 megs right now. I'm doing a test right now. Testing. A little over 10 megabytes a second. It's not an amazing upload speed, don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, it's the standard sort of upload that you get. Standard sort of upload speed. And maybe I do need to find a way to increase that. There's really no way for me to increase that aside from getting my provider, my ISP, to improve that. I don't even think that that's the problem. It just doesn't seem like that's the problem. Because like, how many times have we been doing this exact same thing we're doing right now? And it's not lagging. You know, it does this a little bit, right, at the beginning of most streams. And then it evens out. But today it's just been psychotic. And yes, psychotic. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but that's what I'm thinking. Alright, how are we doing on time? You know, we're gonna go straight to the Middle East right now. I'm gonna save Ukraine for tomorrow. I was gonna try and talk Ukraine. The fact is, with this stream lagging and with as much stuff as we have to fucking talk about in the Middle East today, we just don't have time. Okay. Do that later. Alright. Now I think everybody's aware of what's been happening in Lebanon. This was this is what we're going to start it off with here. This is Justin Trudeau, the President of Canada, whatever it is, Prime Minister. I always forget what you people have. But, yeah. Here's Trudeau telling people in Lebanon that they might want to leave.
What's happening in Lebanon? I spoke with a number of Lebanese Canadians this morning who are very much worried for their families, their communities. I had a long conversation with the King of Jordan this morning. I spoke with Secretary General Guterres, including about this over the past days. We need to make sure that civilians are protected. The violence needs to stop. The women, the children killed in Lebanon is extraordinarily concerning. The people of Lebanon, Lebanese Canadians, are watching this and incredibly worried. We need to make sure there is de-escalation, both by Israel and Hezbollah. We need to protect civilian lives. We need to make sure we're moving towards peace and stability in the entire region. And Canada is going to continue to be there to step up and call for peace and help create, once again.
So yeah, that was Justin Trudeau earlier this week. I think that was Wednesday, before some of the most recent developments occurred. Best Buy or Genius Store? Neither. I would never go either place. Certainly not for assistance with my stream. You were talking about the Russians. That's also fair. That's also a fair assessment of what they're doing in Sudan. But yeah, no, I would certainly never go to either of those places for help with my stream or my computer, for that matter. They would be unhelpful. It would be less helpful than, I don't know, a forum. No offense to anybody who happens to work in any of these places that I just mentioned, but Best Buy, Genius Store, like, fact is, I know enough about computers to do some stuff. To do the stuff that I do here, right? And I have done a ton of troubleshooting on what exactly is wrong with what's happening here. It's at a loss, and most people I've talked to have been at have also been at a loss for help, including Streamlabs themselves. Many people with more knowledge about this than perhaps a Best Buy store would, and still to no avail. And the fact is, when I look at Streamlabs, which is what I'm running right now, it looks perfectly fine. The computers behind me are running smooth. The lava lamp looks great. Statue is alive and well. And then when I look over at my monitor, the thing that's monitoring the YouTube for me, looks like hell. I'm gonna attempt. I might try and mess with some settings tonight, although I don't know. We'll see. Alright, let's just move along. Oh, it actually looks perfectly fine. Now it's looking perfectly fine. What the hell is happening? Good God. I'm losing it. Nothing makes sense anymore. Let's go here. This is from 2 days ago, showing rockets landing in a place called Rosh Pinna, which is in Israel. I think it's actually Rosh Pinna. Now that I'm thinking about it. Why is it running perfectly fine now?
The ruin and wreckage in Lebanon so far may only be a prelude. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying Israel will continue to hit Hezbollah with full force, rejecting a ceasefire proposed by 35 countries, including Canada, that stated the situation is intolerable and poses an unacceptable risk of escalation. Israelis under attack say they can't risk the pause.
When you let them 21 days, they will arrange again. They will bring new missiles.
Though Western leaders promise to keep trying.
We are ready to call for a new meeting of the Security Council in order to raise the question and increase the pressure, precisely to deliver concrete results.
An expert says there's little hope.
When Israel believes that something is a core national interest, it's not likely to bow to, let's say, the international street.
Many more countries pleaded with Israel to stop its offensive in Gaza.
Great insight, sir.
On Thursday, an IDF airstrike killed 14 people at a school. Local medics say the death toll there now more than 41,000, according to the health ministry.
Iran will not remain indifferent in case of a full-scale war in Lebanon.
Iran says it stands with the Lebanese people. An expert tells Global News the country doesn't want a war, and Israel knows that, giving the IDF a freer hand, which, he warns, can provoke escalation.
When we're
all right. All 4 characters are showing up now too. That's good. That's good. Alright, let's look at the aftermath of the Israeli airstrike in the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon. This was also from 2 days ago. Israel's already turning Lebanon into another Gaza. This has got to be stopped. Now let's go quickly to Gaza. This was from around the same time, slightly after it, showing bodies of 88 Palestinians all being buried at once. This is in Khan Yunis. This is horrifying. How do these images not like send the message to people who are in power right now that more than just words need to be done here, right? Actual action needs to be taken. Strong action needs to be taken to tell Israel that no further. They can go no further with all of this. This is unacceptable. Here's a person that could do that. This is from a day ago.
Mr. President, do you trust Netanyahu to make a ceasefire deal?
Mr. President, what do you hope?
Mr. President, will a ceasefire deal get done?
I'm so sick of this guy. This elderly asshole with no answers for all of the horrible stuff that he's doing right now, specifically as it relates to this, especially as it relates to this. Really unfortunate. That's still going to be going on for at least 4 months. What is it? Yeah, well, no. Like 3 months. Geez, that's coming in hot, isn't it? We have 1 month until the election, and what is it? 9 days until October 7th? Halloween, the holidays are also coming up soon. Good God, that's too soon. You pretend I didn't even say that. Pretend I didn't even say the word holidays. That's crazy. No time for celebration. Too much horrifying atrocities happening. Let's go here. Democracy Now!
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We go now to Lebanon, where Israeli strikes have already killed at least 25 people today, including a family of 9 in the border town of Shabah, bringing the death toll to over 700 since Israel began its indiscriminate bombing on Monday. Israel's strikes follow a series of explosions involving booby-trapped pagers and walkie-talkies in Beirut and southern Lebanon last week that killed at least 37 people and injured more than 3,500. In an apparent flip-flop, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel shares the aims of the U.S.-led initiative for a temporary ceasefire, which has also been backed by France, by Canada, by Saudi Arabia, by UAE, by the European Union, and others. This comes after Netanyahu had publicly rejected the ceasefire proposal and vowed Israel will carry on with full force attacks on Lebanon. Netanyahu spoke Thursday as he landed here in New York, where he's scheduled to address leaders of the UN General Assembly.
My policy, our policy is clear. We are continuing to hit Hezbollah with full force, and we will not stop until we achieve our goals. First and foremost, returning the residents of the north safely to their homes.
Netanyahu's remarks came as the Israeli military reiterated its troops are preparing for a possible ground invasion of Lebanon if tensions continue to escalate. Earlier today, Israeli tanks and armored vehicles were seen crossing Israel's northern border into Lebanon. Meanwhile, Lebanese officials say the number of displaced people fleeing Israel's attacks has likely surpassed 250,000, with tens of thousands sheltering in evacuation centers, in schools that have been closed in Beirut and across Lebanon. Speaking at the UN General Assembly Thursday, the Lebanese Foreign Minister Abdallah Bouhabib urged all parties to agree to a ceasefire. He said the worsening violence threatens Lebanon's very existence. He said a U.S.-France-led proposal for that temporary truce was an opportunity to generate momentum to take steps towards ending the crisis.
يعيش لبنان هذه الأيام أزمة تهدد وجوده.
Lebanon is living through a crisis that threatens its very existence. The future of our people and our prosperity are in peril, and this is a situation that requires international intervention on an urgent basis before the situation spirals out of control with a domino effect, making the crisis impossible to contain. It will be impossible to extinguish the flame of this crisis, which will transform into a black hole that will engulf regional, international peace and security. The crisis in Lebanon threatens the entire Middle East if the situation remains as it currently is and if the world remains immobile.
As the Biden administration claims it backs a ceasefire in Lebanon, Israel says it's set to receive a new military aid package from the United States totaling some $8.7 billion. For more, we go to Beirut, where we're joined by Mona Fawaz, professor of urban planning at American University of Beirut. She's also an activist. Welcome to Democracy Now! Can you talk about what's happening on the ground with tens of thousands of people taking shelter in schools and other places, 250,000 people displaced? You yourself are involved with helping to house people. What's happening?
Hi, Amy, and thanks for covering all of this. So really everyone here in Beirut is actually in Lebanon is under extreme duress. Since Monday, we've had more than, the Ministry of Health just announced 747 deaths. That is in 3 days, actually, more than half the people killed back in 2000.
And, I mean, the fact is, of course they're under duress, because Israel essentially announced to the entire country that just sort of generally an entire portion of the country had to evacuate, that anyone that was near a quote-unquote Hezbollah site, which is really hard to define, as we know, and, you know, they needed to be essentially evacuated, and it really, of course, how else, who in their right mind would react in any other way aside from duress, which I think is a very sort of, what do you call it, minimized way to put this. I think you could go further, but yeah, duress is probably a decent way to put it.
tactics during the entire war. That means that people fled the south really very, very quickly in the Beqa. And so the normal trickle down is instead huge flows of people who were traveling across stranded roads, spending hours and hours on trips that normally would just take 45 minutes. And of course, people are fleeing because they've just been watching for a whole year a genocide unfold in Gaza, and they've been hearing members of the Israeli political class and the generals repeating over and over again that they're turning Beirut into another Gaza. So that means that people are really scared, and Israel is pounding the south and the Beqa with one raid after another. And they're also deploying all sorts of tactics to scare people, throwing leaflets, taking over the public phone station to robot call people and issue calls telling everyone to evacuate our classrooms, our homes. Everyone was getting these calls on Monday and Tuesday. So it's really a lot of stress that you have to deal with in the background of a country that for the last 11 years have suffered one shock after the other.
Yeah. Yeah, this needs to stop. Lebanon cannot be Gaza #2. Can't have that. Let's go here. This was a story that came out around the same time as that Democracy Now! Piece, updating the death toll to over 700 from the recent strikes Israel had done over the last 24 hours.
No sign of any ceasefire in that fight between Israel and Hezbollah. In fact, just the opposite, with a fresh round of airstrikes going both directions early this morning. An Israeli strike at about 3 a.m. local time, targeting a town just over on the Lebanese side of the border, reportedly killed some 9 people, including 4 children, according to the local mayor there. That brings the death toll in Lebanon over just the past few days to around 700 people. And for context, that's more than half as many Lebanese were killed during an entire month of fighting back in 2006, the last time that Israel and Hezbollah went to war together. And we know that 2 of those Lebanese victims killed in Israeli airstrikes this week were Lebanese Canadians, an elderly couple, Hussein and Dad Tabaja, who lived for...
So basically what he's just said, in a different way, is that in one day, more people died than have died in any single day for the last 20 years plus between Israel and Lebanon.
Years in Ottawa. Raised their children there before moving back to Lebanon. They were living in southern Lebanon, but on Monday they tried to get out after the Israeli military warned civilians in southern Lebanon to leave. They got in their car, packed up their belongings and left, but they ended up stuck in standstill traffic with thousands of other people trying to get out, and their car was then hit by an Israeli airstrike along with dozens of others. I spoke to their son, who is living with the rest of the family in Beirut, who described finding the charred remains of their car, their bodies burned beyond recognition. The only thing he could find was his mother's watch inside that vehicle. Have a listen.
This is disgusting. This is fucked. Is he doing this in front of a sign for the hostages?
Yeah.
This was an attack on hundreds of square meters of cars and roads and fields and buildings. I mean, who are you really trying to hit? It's all civilians.
Jeff Semple, Global News.
All right, let's go here again to Democracy Now! To discuss how CNN and the Anti-Defamation League have helped amplify smears against Representative Rashida Tlaib.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We look now at how key members of the media have participated in a smear campaign against the only Palestinian American in Congress, a vocal critic of Israel, Democratic Congressmember Rashida Tlaib. She recently criticized Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, who is Jewish, over charges Nessel filed against 11 mostly students and alumni who were involved in a pro-Palestine encampment at the University of Michigan. The Detroit Metro Times reported the comments by Tlaib from an exclusive interview Friday, September 13th, saying Nessel's move was, quote, going to set a precedent, and it's unfortunate that a Democrat made that move. We've had the right to dissent, the right to protest. We've done it for climate, the immigrant rights movement, for Black lives, and even around issues of injustice among water shutoffs. But it seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to treat it differently, and that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency she runs, Tlaib told the Detroit Metro Times. Well, the Michigan District Attorney General, Michigan Attorney General, Dana Nessel, responded in a post on X that also referred to a recent Detroit News cartoon that was widely condemned as racist and Islamophobic for showing Congressmember Tlaib next to an exploding pager, implying she was part of Hezbollah.
Wow.
Nessel wrote, quote, Rashida's religion should not be used in a cartoon to imply that she's a terrorist. It's Islamophobic and wrong, just as Rashida should not use my religion to imply I cannot perform my job fairly as Attorney General. It's anti-Semitic and wrong, unquote. After this, the Metro Times published a fact check Monday, noting Tlaib, quote, never once mentioned Nessel's religion or Judaism, even though the newspaper had pointed out in its own reporting that Nessel is Jewish. Meanwhile, the smear campaign was picked up over the weekend by CNN's Jake Tapper. This is Tapper interviewing the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer Sunday on CNN's State of the Union.
Do you think Attorney General Nessel is not doing her job? Because Congresswoman Tlaib is suggesting that she shouldn't be prosecuting these individuals that Nessel says broke the law, and that she's only doing it because she's Jewish and the protesters are not. That's quite an accusation. Do you think it's true?
Like I said, Jake, I'm not going to get in the middle of this.
Wow.
Even as Governor Whitmer refused to take the bait, CNN correspondent Dana Bash also accused Congressmember Rashida Tlaib of anti-Semitism. For more, we're joined by two guests. In Washington, D.C., Prem Tucker is with us, political correspondent, columnist for Zeteo News, whose recent piece has headlined An Anatomy of a Smear Campaign Against Rashida Tlaib. And in Detroit, we're joined by Steve Nievling, investigative reporter at Detroit Metro Times, who wrote the story this week, headline Fact Check. Tlaib did not say Nessel charged pro-Palestinian protesters because she's Jewish. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Steve Nievling, let's begin with you, since that's where it started. Talk about your initial interview with Rashida Tlaib and then how it was characterized and the fact check you've tried to do since then.
Well, yeah, I wanted to talk to Rashida Tlaib as the only Palestinian American in Congress, and I wanted to find out what she thought of Dana Nessel's decision to arrest or to charge these 11 protesters because it was so unusual. And we talked for about 20 minutes in a phone interview, and it was very clear to me during our discussion that she was talking about, when she was talking about a bias in the Attorney General's office, she was talking about an anti-Palestinian bias. What she pointed out was something that's very common across many institutions in America, many of which aren't led by Jewish people. So she wasn't ever making this sort of issue of what Dana Nessel's religion was. She was just saying that there's this anti-Palestinian bias, and pointed out that in the 6 years that Dana Nessel has been Attorney General, she has never once charged a protester for anything. And I've been to dozens of protests in the last 6 years. A lot of them had civil disobedience that was a lot more severe than what we saw at the University of Michigan. So it was very bizarre. And I wanted to find out what Rashida Tlaib thought about that. And we had the interview, and I thought it went well. I wrote the story, and then the next thing we know, it ends up getting misinterpreted, and lies are peddled, and it gets out of control.
Well, talk about how that happened. Talk about the interviews on CNN and then what you tried to do with your tweets, with your articles.
Yeah, I started seeing messages from Jewish groups, from ADL, from a state lawmaker, from people saying this was anti-Semitic. She's saying that Rashida Tlaib is saying that Dana Nessel is only doing this because she's Jewish. And then CNN picked it up, and Jake Tapper was saying, that this actually happened. This is what she said. And she never said it. So I felt an obligation, and I felt somewhat of a responsibility because my story was being misinterpreted, and Rashida Tlaib, as a result, was getting labeled as an anti-Semite. So I thought it was my responsibility to let CNN know, to let all these other people know that this is not at all what happened. She's talking.
Okay. The fact is, we've seen a lot of this kind of stuff being done in the media, even in government. Some of the supposed anti-Semitism hearings that we saw, where essentially no serious discussion about actual anti-Semitism was actually brought up, like the Charlottesville protesters or rioters, or the often very anti-Semitic undercurrents of the militia movements and other things like that. It was just students who were protesting the funding of Israel. A nation state, supposedly. Speaking of that nation state, oh, look at that. Don James just resubscribed 4 months in a row. Thank you very much, Don James. Alright, now, let's see the leader of that nation state, Benjamin Netanyahu, who went to the United Nations General Assembly in New York just yesterday. Yesterday or something. Hey,
Don James 1676 just cheered 300 bits.
Thanks Let's for the bits, Don James. 300 bits. Much appreciated. Let's go. Let's go indeed. Alright, let's start here with CNN. Shockingly, with a slightly critical analysis of Netanyahu's speech. It's almost like they just woke up.
He said, "My country is at war, fighting for its life, but after the lies and slanders leveled at Israel, I decided to come and set the record straight." What stood out in what was a pretty comprehensive speech from the Israeli Prime Minister to you?
Well, clearly the defiance stood out, and clearly singling out Iran.
Now will underscore by underscore nature just cheered 300 bits.
Or something far worse, a curse, and holding up those maps in many ways.
Hey, Narwhal by Nature just cheered 300 bits. Thank you for that. Start a hype train. Are we about to start a hype train? Is that going to happen? How close are we?
Was sort of vintage Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is where he actually feels comfortable, where he is speaking to an audience, where he feels that he is a master orator, and he was delivering clearly his version and his belief. But it's not the first time we've heard him single out Iran. I think any of us that were looking to try to see if there was a nuance in there about this potential ceasefire with between Israel and Hezbollah on the northern border.
Wait, was a hype train started? Why didn't I hear the hype train go off? Wait, hold on. Let me check this. I'm trying to reopen Twitch. I turned off Twitch. That seemingly was one of the things that was making it lag. Or I'm just making that up in my head. I'm going to reopen Twitch. Are we on a hype train? Why didn't I see the hype train notification if we're on a hype train? That's very offensive to me.
Playing around, seeing what else we can do.
Oopsies. No. Here. Okay. Reload. Alright, I'm gonna look at this while we do this.
America and France about how Hezbollah
and
Iran as well have been responsible for killing your citizens was kind of getting specific on this was your initiative. But examine this, why don't you? I mean, look, the big takeaway here has to be this is a prime minister who's not climbing down from anything he's said, who doubled down on everything that is said so far, the demand for the hostages back, his position, his view, and the takeaway has to be at the moment, in this moment of escalating tensions across the northern border, is there was nothing in there that told us those escalating tensions are going to be tamped down in any way in the
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, gigantified emote, Don James. What is that emote? What am I looking at? You'll give someone credit if they can name the singer of the gigantified emote that you just did? Well, you heard it, people. Challenged, put down. Here's some footage from Benjamin Netanyahu's speech.
I decided to come here to speak for my people, to speak for my country, to speak for the truth. And here's the truth. Israel seeks peace. Israel yearns for peace. Israel has made peace and will make peace again. Ladies and gentlemen, the curse of October 7th began when Hamas invaded Israel from Gaza. But it didn't end there. Israel was soon forced to defend itself on 6 more war fronts organized by Iran. I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach. And that's true of the entire Middle East. As long as his...
Wow, he's threatening the entire Middle East right now. Good God. All right, let's go here. This is footage of delegates leaving the UN as he made his speech. There's the random lag again.
Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu.
His Excellency.
Prime Minister of the State of Israel. I request protocol to
genocide in
His
this.
Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly. Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please.
whether we bequeath to future generations a blessing or a curse. Iran's Shiite militias in Syria and Iraq have targeted Israel dozens of times over the past year as well. In major military operations, we destroyed nearly half of Hamas's, nearly.
For fuck's sake. Alright, now. Whoops. What did I just do? This thing is lagging again.
A group of climate scientists.
Alright, now let's go on to what has happened since that day. Here is a strike in a Beirut suburb directly after Benjamin Netanyahu's speech at UNGA. Why is it just randomly lagging? It is so annoying to me. I'm sure it's annoying to everybody watching too. That's really my concern, is that I feel like I'm annoying people. I felt like everybody was fine watching laggy shit. Guess it wouldn't be bothersome to me. Although it doesn't feel like my best. Oh, so annoying. Why is it doing this? Actually, looks like it's improving now. Alright, fine. Whoopsies, why is it on this screen now? That's good. Hold on. Since we missed some of that, I'm going to go back because the screen went to the wrong screen. Let's go here now. This is showing more of the explosions around Beirut from approximately the same time. Jesus fucking Christ. Carpet bombing? Fucking carpet bombing? It's indiscriminate. It's indiscriminate warfare right there. In a civilian area, in a capital of a country, carpet bombing?
Illegal.
Alright, now let's go to the State Department, I'm sorry, the Pentagon press briefing room where Sabrina was at it again.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Let's see how she does with answering questions about these recent Israeli strikes.
Sabrina, so you clearly said that you were not given any prior notification about this. However, the phone call took place while this operation was underway. So during that phone call, did Mr. Gallant inform Secretary Austin about the operation?
Yeah, so I'm just not going to get into more details of the call.
You wouldn't want to do that.
Fadi, what I can tell you is exactly what I said at the beginning, which you can, take inferences from that. But Minister Gallant spoke with Secretary Austin as this operation was already underway. Again, it happened within the last few hours, so we're trying to get more details.
And
wow, what a partnership. Amazing.
I believe on Wednesday you said you haven't seen any indication that there's any imminent Israeli incursion into Lebanon. However, today the Israelis announced, IDF, that they're mobilizing 2 of their brigades in the north. Does this recent activity change your assessment of the situation on the northern border of Israel and whether
I too
they're,
would like to know that.
Preparing for an invasion?
Somewhat to Natasha's question, we're still assessing, and that remains to be seen.
So much assessing.
We certainly don't think a ground incursion is the right path forward. That's something that the secretary has been pretty clear about in his calls.
Sabrina's really struggling here. You can see her at this point. She's having a real tough time with all this. And to be fair, there's no good answer to all of these questions.
The right path forward. That's something that the secretary has been pretty clear about in his calls. And what we don't want to see is a wider regional conflict, and so that's why you've seen from the president.
And I should actually amend that statement. There are good answers. There would be good answers if the administration had any solutions to these things that they would, or at least were willing to take any sort of action on anything, but they're not. Their entire policy seems to be do nothing aside from send more weapons. And tell everybody that we're doing everything we can. But aside from that, that's, But at this point, that is growing incredibly weary, not just for people watching this stream, but for the reporters at the mainstream outlets at this point, I think are starting to really question that. Even the ones that have been pretty on board with all this seem to even be questioning it. Now, let's see here. More questions for Sabrina. I forgot. We had multiple. Oh, wait. What? What just happened? Oh, it's this. Oh, somehow we went over this. How did that happen? You can't spell assess without asses?
Fadi.
So you
true.
said that you were not given any prior notification about this. However, the phone call took place while this operation was underway.
Wait, did we skip over? I think one might have been deleted. Okay, fine. Weird. I think one of these got. Which one got deleted? Oh, it was the one asking whether or not the DoD sees signs of an imminent incursion. Which, yeah. You can't spell dick without duck. Also true. This is from the same. I'm not sure if it's the same strikes that we just saw, but this is in Beirut as well. This is insane. This looks like Ground Zero.
Israel had targeted a Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah in a massive blast in the capital of Lebanon, in Beirut. I want to go to my colleague Jumana Karachi, who has been following this story for us. Jumana, it was your initial reporting and your headlines internally here at CNN that caught our attention over an hour ago now when you were reporting massive blasts. Tell us now what we know. 6 buildings leveled. The casualty numbers are just coming in. What are you seeing and hearing?
Well, as you mentioned, Biana, we've just heard from the Ministry of Health that at least 2 people were killed, 76 were injured in those massive blasts that targeted Beirut's southern suburbs. As we understand, of course, from the Israeli military, the target of those strikes was the leader. They say it was a command center, but what we understand from my colleague Jeremy Diamond, according to a security official, a senior Israeli official, that the target was the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, and that is the big question right now. What if Nasrallah was there, if Nasrallah survived? We understand from the senior Israeli official that the Israeli military is working to verify that.
She seems way too excited about all this. I don't understand quite why. This shit is unbelievable. It's a government building, right? Hezbollah. It was like a little, it was an actual government building, from what I understand. And so essentially, it's like, I don't know, someone attacking the Pentagon. Anybody ever done that before? All right, let's go back to Sabrina. I'm sure she has some great answers for all of this stuff happening. I just realized what my problem was. I have multiple Sabrina quotes today. She was busy answering for all of this.
Phil.
Thanks. I know you don't have a lot of information about these strikes, but it's quite an event. And can you give us any sense, first of all, whether you know if Hezbollah leader Nasrallah is alive?
I don't have any information on the strike itself. We're still gathering information as this just happened a few hours ago. So I can't, I would refer you, to others to speak to this operation.
Who?
I just
Israel, I suppose.
And since the United States is pursuing a ceasefire,
yeah.
What was Secretary Austin's reaction to this news as he learned of it, and what was the discussion like with his Israeli counterpart as it was going on?
Well, I think, as I mentioned in the top, the secretary was, well, first I would say that we were not given an advanced warning of this operation. The secretary spoke with Minister Gallant when the operation was already underway. Having no involvement, having no knowledge that this strike was actually going to occur, we're still pulling for more details and trying to understand the operation itself. In terms of their conversation, I think you've heard me say it. These are pretty direct conversations that he has with Minister Gallant. He has them frequently, sometimes multiple calls during the day.
Multiple
sometimes
a day.
Almost every day.
Wow.
I'm not going to get into further details of the call, but I can tell you that, other than having no knowledge or no involvement of this strike,
wow.
The United States, you saw announcements.
No knowledge.
Aren't I a good guy?
No involvement.
President and other world leaders, we're going to continue to urge for a diplomatic solution. We want to see,
Oh, thank God. At least we're going to be urging for a diplomatic solution. Jeez. Yeah. I'm sure the United States would be rushing to a diplomatic solution if this happened on U.S. soil. Now, these were even more strikes that happened after that press conference. Wait, actually, I forgot. We have even more Sabrina. Sabrina, have you seen any signs of imminent ground incursions? Let's find out.
And then the other clarification, you were asked earlier whether you were seeing signs of any imminent ground incursion.
which you spoke to last week. Can you say that whether you're now seeing signs of an imminent ground incursion? Because your answer last time, earlier today, was we don't think a ground incursion is the right path forward. Are you inferring that there will be something happening in short order? Or again, can you just clarify what you're...
I'm not inferring anything. I'm saying that we do not believe a ground incursion is the right path forward. We are continuing to engage our, the Secretary engaged Minister Gallant today. We certainly want to see a path towards diplomacy. And just to clarify, because I don't want to split hairs here, and while I'm not speaking at the White House podium, I just want to be very clear that when I think definitively when I say we, I think I can broadly say the United States was not and had no knowledge of this operation and was not giving advance warning. Again.
That's not an answer for whether or not an imminent ground incursion is happening, Sabrina. I know you're trying really hard here to spin this, but it's difficult. It's a little difficult right now to hear you talk about not the answer to the question in this moment.
The call happened as it was underway, so I just want to be super clear that, words are not parsed, that there's any indication that another, building or agency had a heads up. I think we are all on the same sheet here that the United States had no knowledge of this.
How great. How good and great.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
The fact is, it's a little frustrating, in fact, maybe concerning, that America seems to, at least according to Sabrina, over and over again, have zero knowledge of Israel's plans, since we are the ones giving them all of the money for the weapons, or just the weapons in general. Although they do make some of their own, but, if we're not sending them straight up, we're sending the money to build them. You would think we would, I don't know, have some amount of accountability for what happened with these things. I feel like international law would be a good place to start. Now let's go here. This was right after, in Lebanon, in Beirut. It was horrifying. I don't even know what to, I don't even know what to say about it. I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine? I don't know, not just being in the building that got bombed and being right next to it and, whatever. Seeing this happening and wondering if you're next. I mean, me personally, and I'm sure plenty of people are thinking to themselves, I wonder if I need to leave my own country right now to avoid dying. Which is not something anybody should be having to think, I would point out. Seems to be happening too much lately. Now, this was the morning after that strike. Also in Beirut. They're flattening the entire capital of another country right now. Beirut. Always remember, Beirut is the fucking capital of Lebanon. This is the most populous city in the entire country that they are bombarding right now. I think it's like 3 million people that live in Beirut. I could be wrong. That's just off the top of my head. Now, here was this. This was from 17 hours ago, where this is Al Jazeera English. Hezbollah confirms the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah.
Illegal.
I can bring you some breaking news that according to the Reuters news agency, Lebanon's Hezbollah group is now confirming that its leader Hassan Nasrallah has been killed in that bombing attack by the Israelis that we have been covering. The Israeli army had originally officially announced the killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah a few hours ago. He'd been the leader of the Iran-backed group for about 32 years. He was reported to be the target of those strikes. Zina Khodr looks back at his life.
Hassan Nasrallah reached the peak of his popularity after the war with Israel in 2006. He was seen as a hero, not just in Lebanon, but beyond. Standing up to Israel is what defined him and his Iranian-backed group for years. But that changed when Hezbollah sent fighters to Syria, when an uprising began threatening President Bashar al-Assad's rule.
The resistance can't stand with its arms folded while its back's broken. If Syria falls in the hands of the US, the Israelis and the Takfiris, then the resistance will be besieged.
This was a turning point. Nasrallah was no longer seen as a leader of a resistance movement, but a leader of a Shia party fighting for Iranian interests. He was labeled a terrorist by Arab countries. Even before involvement in the war in Syria, Nasrallah failed to convince many in the Sunni Muslim Arab world that his movement was not behind the assassination of Lebanon's former Prime Minister Rafik al-Hariri in 2005. An international tribunal indicted 4 members of the group. One was later convicted. Despite this, Nasrallah continued to enjoy backing from his support base, mainly Lebanon's Shias, who revered him as a leader and religious figurehead. He was Hezbollah's longest-serving Secretary General, taking over at the age of 32 when his predecessor, Abbas al-Musawi, was killed by Israeli missiles in 1992. In power for nearly 30 years, Nasrallah has long been seen as a target for assassination by Israel, who, along with the United States, has designated Hezbollah a terrorist organization.
Yeah, I mean, we hear it every single day. Hezbollah, terrorists. Every single time. Even though technically they are democratically elected. Same way as Israel is democratically elected.
Why he rarely made public appearances and delivered speeches on television instead. He played a big role in Hezbollah's transformation from a rogue group during the civil war in Lebanon in the 1980s to a military force stronger than the army and a political party stronger than the state. Nasrallah, who received religious education in Iran, has been described as the most powerful figure in Lebanon without holding public office. His critics say his political muscle came from the group's weapons, which were used against domestic opponents in 2008.
Giving up Hezbollah's weapons now, under this government, under this regime, means leaving Lebanon exposed before Israel.
It was an accusation Nasrallah would repeatedly make against those demanding Hezbollah's disarmament. He protected whatever power the group gained over the decades. While doing so, public criticism heightened, especially when he tried to undercut the nationwide protest movement that called for a strong state in a new political order.
Which is fair. They did defy the unification of Lebanese government. This is true. How are we doing on time right now? 4:35. Alright, we better keep moving. Let's go to here. This is the Associated Press from 9 hours ago, showing hundreds of protesters trying to cross into Baghdad's fortified green zone area, that being the American-controlled area in Iraq. This was in the immediate aftermath of the Hezbollah announcement that Hassan Nasrallah had in fact been assassinated by Israel. As you can see, people in Iraq, a country away from Lebanon, are, well, they're very upset. Where is our free support character? It's coming next stream, Sunday Funday. We're too late in. Just can't do it. Software has given up on giving out support characters now. You're banning Schmegley, how dare you? Enough of your shenanigans, sir. Alright, now here is this. This was from 7 hours ago. Just a couple hours after those protests were happening in Baghdad, or at least, I think they were at least still happening around this time, actually, but Iran vowed to avenge the assassination of Hezbollah's leader, fueling concerns of wider war, of course. Here's BBC.
Welcome to Beirut, where today we've seen a pivotal moment in the current conflict here in the Middle East. Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, has been killed in an Israeli airstrike on the group's headquarters here in Beirut, and that has sparked fears of a wider regional war. Israel's Prime Minister has described it as a historic turning point. Well, these are live pictures from Beirut tonight. The bombing has continued here throughout the day. We are going to bring you tonight on the programme analysis from across the region, and we begin in Jerusalem with a thought from our international editor Jeremy Bowen. And Jeremy, this is the most significant escalation we've seen here in a long time.
Yeah, in the last 10 days, Israel has scored some very significant victories, and killing Hassan Nasrallah is by far the biggest of them. He was the beating heart of Hezbollah. He made it into a formidable fighting organization. Now it's not beaten. It still has experienced fighters. It still has weapons. How the people who are there now after him decide to use those, what their mentor and their allies in Iran decide to do, and the way Israel decides to try to follow up the success it's had so far. All that shorter term could lead to a wider Middle East war. Longer term, it could even reshape the region.
Jeremy, thank you. We'll return to Jeremy in Jerusalem very soon. But Israel's bombardment of the Lebanese capital is continuing tonight. And you can see here some of the areas that have been hit over the last week. And officials here in Lebanon say now that nearly 800 people have been killed since Monday. And it was one of those attacks yesterday afternoon highlighted here in which Hassan Nasrallah was killed. Well, our senior international correspondent, Orla Guerin, is in Beirut.
Here in Beirut tonight, there is anxiety and tension. I can hear a drone over our heads. And many streets are deserted. Many people are worried about what may come in the next few days, what Hezbollah will do, what Iran will do, what Israel may choose to do next. Here in Lebanon, there will be 3 days of national mourning for Hassan Nasrallah, beginning on Monday, and flags will be at half-mast. This is what Beirut has been enduring. Massive Israeli strikes that could ignite the whole region. Because Israel killed its target, Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah. For his followers, it's a devastating blow. For his Iranian backers, a strategic loss. The long-time leader of Hezbollah was a long time in hiding. This was the moment in a New York hotel room on Friday when Benjamin Netanyahu approved the strike on his old enemy.
The state of Israel yesterday eliminated the master murderer Hassan Nasrallah. We settled accounts with the one responsible for the murder of countless Israelis and many citizens of other countries. Nasrallah was not another terrorist, he was the terrorist.
Israel claims this is a historic turning point. For many in Beirut, it's a time of fear. Plenty were fleeing the city today, clinging to the hope of finding safety somewhere. But there's danger in every direction in Lebanon.
All right, now this was 4 hours ago. Global news. Second to last video of the night.
מדינת ישראל חיסלה אתמול את רב המרצחים חסן נסראללה.
Yesterday, the state of Israel eliminated and murdered the leader of Hezbollah. We have settled accounts with someone who is responsible for the murders of many nationals of other countries, including hundreds of Americans and dozens of French. Nasrallah was not just another terrorist. He was the terrorist. He was the axis of the axis, of Iran's axis of evil. And he and his people were the architects of the plan to destroy Israel. This guy is such a garbage human being. He's just... Yeah, this justifies everything we just did. We just murdered hundreds of civilians all at once. Doing our own October 7th in a different country to people who didn't do October 7th. And the reason for that is because it's Lebanon's actually Iran, as it turns out. Which, of course, justifies it. Alright, now let's go here to our last video. Piers Morgan Uncensored. 2 days ago, Medhi Hassan of the world-famous Zateo YouTube channel, also MSNBC and Al Jazeera. Wait, actually, was he ever on Al Jazeera as a kind of correspondent? I can't remember. Technically, I think, yeah, technically, he did a few things there. Anyway, point is, who cares about MSNBC? We got him on YouTube now.
always pivot back to, yeah, but the real problem's Israel.
You're famous for interview style that begins with condemn this group, that group, that group. Let me finish before you keep suggesting I'm supporting October 7th, which I have not.
Sounds like you're justifying it to me.
You know what? Can I finish a sentence?
Booby traps are not allowed if they are genuinely indiscriminate.
You don't think going off in a grocery store is indiscriminate?
No, actually.
I'm not playing this game, Piers, because I'm not here to talk about the rules of war.
You say, Medhi, all roads lead to the occupation.
Yes.
Okay? Israel would say all roads lead to Iran.
Who cares what Israel says? They've lied for the last year. They've lied
Who cares
for
what they say? I'm curious what you think Israel could do that would pass your tests.
Probably not much. I'm as close. I'm as close to a pacifist as you can get.
Just saying, I want it. I want peace and joy. You sound like Kamala Harris. Well, two seismic issues are dominating the global.
I love how Piers Morgan really cares what Israel has to say, as if they haven't been caught lying time and time again.
News agenda. What happens next in each of them will have a profound impact on the state of the world. The first, of course, is the forthcoming US presidential election. The second is the crisis now engulfing the Middle East. My next guest has strident views on both these big stories. He's not shy about airing them. Joining me in the studio is editor and CEO of Zeteo News, Medhi Hassan. Medhi, how are you?
Good to see you.
We
Piers.
have never met in person.
No.
Until now.
No, Twitter makes you think we have.
It was great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Great
Good
to
be
meet
in
you.
London.
Always enjoy our debates, which they are. Let's start with what's happening in Lebanon, because we may find some areas of agreement here, I suspect. But first of all, Hezbollah. Do you see a distinction between Hezbollah and, say, Hamas?
In what sense?
In what they are, what they represent, how they have acted.
I mean, they're very different groups. They operate in different places, in different contexts. I guess what they have in common is that they both came out of Israel's occupation of their land, right? Hamas comes out of the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, and many people are not aware of the fact that Israel occupied Lebanon, southern Lebanon, for 18 years, from 1982 to 2000, when they withdrew, although the Lebanese argue that there's still an occupation of a piece of Lebanese land called the Sheba Farms. So in that sense, they're similar. They're obviously different in some of their tactics. They're different religions. Well, they're different sects, I apologize, not different. They're both Muslim, but one is Shia, one is Sunni. They're both backed by Iran. I mean, look, there's similarities, differences. I think what's really interesting this time round is we've seen for a year Israel killing thousands of civilians in Gaza and saying, well, Hamas is to blame because of human shields, because of tunnels. That argument just does not work in Lebanon. They've killed 550 people, Piers, on Monday. An insane amount of people in a single day, one of the highest single-day death tolls in modern warfare. Almost all of them civilians, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry, which is not Hezbollah, by the way. You know, they always say Hamas-controlled health ministry in Gaza. So I think what we've seen is so phenomenally bad on Israel's end and so little defense. You know, October 7th was used, as you and I have discussed before, as the excuse for killing tens of thousands of Palestinians.
Well, I would categorize it differently.
Really?
I don't think they used it as an excuse to go and kill tens of thousands of Palestinians. They responded to one of the most egregious terror attacks of modern times.
But when does the response end? We're nearly a year in.
Well, that's the question. That is the question.
Well, that's when it becomes an excuse. When you carry on killing and killing.
Is it an excuse, or is it that they are wedded to the elimination of...
Oh my God. Piers Morgan is wedded to the elimination of, I don't know, reasonable discourse. Like, this dude is obsessed with a few issues and just arguing the wrongest side of them. I don't understand what it is about him. There's something wrong with Piers Morgan.
Because Hamas has persistently said, we want to keep doing the same thing over and over again. And there's a correlation with Hezbollah, whose charter is very explicit. They stand for the eradication of Israel. I mean, that's what they're about.
That doesn't justify killing.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Israel's also been incredibly explicit about what they've been up to. You know, if you just listen.
The eradication of Israel. I mean, that's what they're about.
That doesn't justify killing 500 people in a single day, does it?
I didn't say it did, but
that's what bothers me. That's what happened this week. That's the big story. Hezbollah's charter is irrelevant to what we're talking about. That's not why they killed 500 people on Monday, Piers. I mean, Hezbollah's charter's been around for years.
I don't think it's irrelevant that you have a terror group on your doorstep who are wedded to your extinction. Why is that irrelevant?
I think the language you use is loaded, Piers. You say on your doorstep. Do you know they did a poll of Americans a while back who thought that Palestinians were occupying Israel? When we talk about this stuff, we make it sound like Israel is the one being occupied, besieged. Israel's the one that's occupying the West Bank and Gaza, longest military occupation in the world.
Seriously.
Going back to 1967. Israel is the country that occupied southern Lebanon. I mean, everything, the world did not begin on October the 7th. 1978, Israel invades southern Lebanon. 1982, Israel invades southern Lebanon. Sabra and Shatila massacre. 2006, Second Lebanon War, murder 100 people.
But you always make it sound like they're just doing this for the sake of it. They're not.
What are they doing it for?
Well, they've been provoked by Hezbollah.
Hezbollah didn't exist in 1978, Piers.
Okay, I'm talking about the specifics of going on now. The provocation since October the 7th. Hezbollah's first response to October
History
the
started
7th was to unleash
October
rockets
7th.
on Israel
That's not true.
on October the 8th.
That's
It
not
is.
true. That's not true.
That is what happened.
Oh my God. Octoberian calendar lover Piers Morgan here wants to talk about October 7th and the 8th. Those are the two most important days that have ever happened in human history. In fact, the beginning of history for many, like Piers.
Was to unleash rockets on Israel
That's not true.
on October the 8th.
That's
It
not
is.
true. That's not true.
That is what happened.
Where did they fire the first rocket?
They fired rockets on the 8th.
Where?
Well, you tell me.
No, you just said they fired at Israel. Where?
Well, they fired in the direction of Israel.
Where did they hit? They fired at the
if you
Sheba
know the
Farms.
answer, tell me.
I do. They fired at the Sheba Farms, which, as I said earlier, is an area of Syria. Well, the Lebanese claim it's Lebanon. Syria claims it's Lebanon. Israel says no and is occupying the Sheba Farms. They fired at Israeli military installations in the Sheba Farms. Now, have they got fired in Israel?
So
since?
they were firing
Of
at
course
Israel.
have.
They were
Of course
firing. They were firing
Yes.
at an area that Israel says is theirs.
Military.
No, Israel doesn't say that. Israel says it's Syria's. Because remember, Piers, Israel is
Insulation.
occupying Syria and the West Bank and Gaza. And Lebanon would argue parts of
how
Lebanon.
would you-
This is the problem, right? The core of the problem is
I know it's
Israel's territorial expansionism.
It's a mess.
Attacks, not a mess. It's Israel occupying multiple Arab lands, which leads to quote-unquote resistance or quote-unquote terrorism, whichever word. I don't care what word you want to use right now. But that is the core, right? You had John Mearsheimer on the show this week, made the same point. Deal with the occupation, then you deal with the violence. And look, has Hezbollah fired into Israel at civilian? Yes, I don't agree with that. But the reality is 82% of the exchange of fire between Lebanon and Israel since October the 7th has been done by Israel.
Okay.
82%.
But here's
is that not a provocation of
Let me
Hezbollah?
finish my point, which is
Go on.
that since October the 8th, 19,000 missiles, rockets have come from Hezbollah to Israel, right?
But way more from Israel into Lebanon.
Well, I'm sure.
82%.
Of course they've responded. What else are they supposed to do?
82%.
But
So
aren't
it's not, this is not two
They're
equal
responding
sides.
to
So
the
they can't defend
response of the
themselves.
response
But the
on the
vast
response.
majority of attacks is on Lebanon.
Okay,
not the
but
other
would
way
you condemn the firing of rockets by Hezbollah or not?
Of course, I condemn all attacks on
Okay.
civilian targets.
Well,
we
we'll
know
come
that,
to-
Piers. We've discussed this
I'm
many
gonna
times
come to
before.
Israel's
I don't
response.
come on shows to defend militant groups or
Okay.
foreign governments.
Okay, so-
I come on shows to say, let's end the violence.
Yeah.
Let's sort out what the solution is.
Yeah.
Let's look at the root cause of the violence. It is undeniable that the root cause of the violence is Israel, Israel's occupation, the genocide in Gaza. What did the leader of Hezbollah say? He said, we won't fire any rockets if you end the killing in Gaza. What did the president of Iran say? We won't retaliate for what you did to Ismail Haniyeh on Iranian soil if you end the killing in Gaza. What did the Houthis say? We'll stop blocking ships if you end the killing in Gaza. Where do all roads lead back to?
Why would you
End
believe?
the
Why would you
killing in
believe
Gaza.
any of those?
I don't believe.
Piers Morgan struggling and doing his damnedest to avoid accepting reality.
I don't want reality.
I'm Ronald Reagan.
You're citing them as if there's sort of gospel statements from people who have unimpeachable.
I'll tell you why, if you let me finish. I'm Ronald Reagan.
A bunch of terrorists said, we won't do X, Y, Z if you do this.
I'm Ronald Reagan. I say verify.
Yeah, and it's interesting because like we've been saying here on this channel, much of what Israel has been doing recently could be very easily justified as being terrorism, right? It could be very like the cell phone, pager, walkie-talkie attacks, among many other tactics and other things they've been doing could be labeled that. So if they could be also considered terrorists, why should we accept everything that they say or anything that they have to say for that matter? Which would level the playing field, but Piers refuses to accept that there might be any sort of equivalence here.
Call their bluff. If they're lying, call their bluff. Stop the Gaza fighting and then see what happens.
Yeah, but Israel has called Hamas's bluff.
When?
there was a ceasefire in place before October the 7th.
That's not true.
Well, it is true.
That's not true.
Not true.
Well, it is true.
It's fundamentally false. They were
Hundreds of
Palestinians
Palestinians died in
there was
2023.
in September.
Hundreds of Palestinians died 2023 before October 7th ever happened.
God, you can Google it on that tablet. What's your definition of a ceasefire?
Well,
Israel gets to attack people and not the other way around.
Okay.
In September, hold on. In September, you just made a charge that's not true. There's a tablet there. You can Google it. Guardian headline right there. You can go see the news report.
I don't Google during interviews.
Well, afterwards, everyone can. There's a Guardian headline, September 2023, a month before October the 7th. The headline is Palestinians shot in the ankles by Israel in Gaza, attacked. There were airstrikes in Gaza. And by the way, Gaza's not isolated. Gaza and the West Bank under international law are one entity. There were several hundred Palestinians killed in the West Bank before October
But
the 7th.
my point to you, Medhi.
Are airstrikes ceasefire? Airstrikes don't sound very ceasefire-y. Piers is not having a fun time with this. Because clearly Medhi has way too many facts for him.
Entity. There were several hundred Palestinians killed in the West Bank before October.
But my
7th.
point to you, Medhi, is
So there was no ceasefire. You just can't say it's just not true.
They would say there was a ceasefire,
and it's not true.
We'd say otherwise.
The facts say otherwise, Piers.
But what I've noticed with you is you always downplay anything which might be deemed by Israel to be.
He's not downplaying anything. You're the one who's downplaying. If anybody is downplaying, let's go back. It's clear that Piers Morgan is the one here who is downplaying anything, right? Medhi is bringing to him clear facts about what Israel did for the entire, just 2023. Forget from 1948, from 19, just talking about the year of 2023 is what Medhi's attempting to do with Piers, but he refuses to accept that reality, and so he equates, so in his mind, the only way that he can justify this and even argue against it is by equating it with being the same as never accepting anything Israel says, which is just not what's happening, right? He's just bringing up actual facts that happened before October 7th that were well documented, and Piers that just run counter to everything Piers is trying to say.
It's not true.
We'd say otherwise.
The facts say otherwise, Piers.
But what I've noticed with you is you always downplay anything which might be deemed by Israel to be provocation.
No.
You're always
not at all.
very,
Did I downplay October 7th? I don't think I ever have on your show or anywhere else.
No, but
it's a horrible crime.
But what you do, in your debating style, and it's an impressive debating style, but you always pivot back to, but the real problem's Israel. Yeah, but the real problem's Israel.
Hold on. If we're going to talk about styles, Piers, you're famous for interview style that.
It's not as if it's like what Medhi is always doing in every case. It just happens to be factual that Israel is essentially completely in charge of this situation. I mean, you could argue that the U.S. is technically in charge, but Israel's the one that's pulling the trigger, right?
The real problem's
Hold on. If we're going to talk about styles, Piers, you're famous for interview style that begins with condemn this group, that group, that group. On Monday, 500. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Then you come back in. 500 people were killed on Monday. 100 women, 50 children. I assume you condemn that and don't support the killing of civilians in Lebanon, right? 500 people died. That's the equivalent of 30,000 Americans or 6,000 Brits in a day.
Sure.
And yet we started this interview with Hezbollah Charter. So if you're going to talk about styles, you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Okay.
I'm going to focus on 500 people.
Yeah, Piers hates this because it's totally true. All he wants to do is blame the people that are clearly not in the actual power scenario, that are being already demonized by the media. It's just the convenient target. It's just Piers Morgan's just lazy. That seems to, more than anything, that just feels like what it is. He's incapable of finding actual nuance because he just refuses to put the effort in when it's inconvenient to him.
Dead.
Okay, let me come back to the week before, where 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists were targeted specifically.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
You just said 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists were targeted.
How many was it?
I don't know. I'm asking. You made the claim.
That is what's been reported. Do you dispute that?
Yeah, I dispute everything Israel says. They've lied for a year, Piers.
You don't know the real number.
But I didn't give a number. You did.
Well, what has been the number from the other side?
I didn't give a number. You said 3,000 terrorists. I'm wondering why.
That is what's been reported.
No, it's not reported. It's what's said by Israel, or it's what's said by people speaking on behalf of Israel.
So
was a little girl
Israel
who died?
has,
Was
Israel, hang on. Israel hasn't even said it did it.
They have in private. It's been reported widely.
you?
No, to the American government.
Okay, but don't say they said it publicly. They haven't.
But
Now, directly after this interview, they did come out. Benjamin Netanyahu, I think we saw part of that speech where he came out and said we did a really good job with all this stuff we've been doing in Lebanon.
Obviously, I believe they did it, right? But
I believe they did it
but
too.
You're saying they said this in public.
You just gave a 3,000 number, and I'm wondering. I just saw a little girl's funeral last week. Was she a Hezbollah terrorist in your view?
No.
So then why did you say 3,000 terrorists? There was a kid killed.
I was about to say that in the process of targeting very specifically in an extraordinarily whichever way
in
you
a terror attack.
Well,
Very specifically. We just got done watching a literal carpet bombing. This guy doesn't have eyes.
Specifically in an extraordinarily whichever way you
in a
look
terror
at it.
attack.
Well, that's what I'm going to come to. So they target 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists with their pagers, walkie-talkies, and so on. In the process, a small, comparative to that number, a small number of civilians get killed, which is obviously deplorable. But my point to you is, if someone's been chucking rockets over for a year at you and your people, you've had to displace 60,000 people from the north of your country because of his relentless bombardment. And you eventually respond in such a precise, targeted fashion.
Okay.
Right?
Nope,
and
lost
in the
me.
process, some civilians are killed.
He lost me. And the thing is what's funny is he just described what Israel's been doing to Palestine and other countries for decades. Right? I mean, people were forcibly displaced and attacked? Huh. Weird.
Which is never acceptable, can never be condoned, never be supported. But if it is right, as has been widely reported by all mainstream media, that 3,000 terrorists
people associated with Hezbollah. Not everybody in Hezbollah is a terrorist.
Okay. But okay.
Like a driver, a nurse.
3,000 members of Hezbollah were targeted, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that that is, some people have claimed is unlawful.
Yep.
You've said it's a terror attack, so you think it was illegal.
Yep.
But I would say that's not. I mean, I would say that if you look at that in totality, they are responding to rocket attacks all year, and they are being extremely precise, unlike what they've been doing in Gaza.
Extremely
I do not
precise.
accept that Israel has been doing this.
What the fuck is he talking about? Has he been sleeping for a full year? Nothing that's happened, Lebanon, Gaza, anywhere that Israel's been doing has been precise. Have you seen the pictures of Gaza? Have you seen the recent attacks in Lebanon? I mean, I don't think he has. I'm starting to think he just hasn't. He just hears about them and then says, oh, this is bad. Oh, God.
Precision targeting they keep talking about, and I've held them to account for that. I do think in this particular occasion...
Oh, Piers. He's just garbage. This guy's so trash.
Doing in Gaza, where I do not accept that Israel has been doing this precision targeting they keep talking about,
okay.
and I've held them to account for that. I do think in this particular occasion, they were extremely precise, and it was a brilliant piece of warfare.
Oh, brilliant!
If you want to call it that.
It was brilliant. Brilliant piece of warfare. The terrorist attack that happened in supermarkets and on public streets and in private homes that killed children and other civilians. That was a brilliant piece of warfare. Wow.
Illegal. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Notwithstanding, I don't like any war, nor do you. But my point is, surely that is justified. I mean, in some parts of this, you have to say Israel's entitled to defend itself.
They have been.
Actually, Lebanon is the one that needs to defend itself, as we say, 500 people killed on a day.
Yeah, seriously. But the fact is Medhi just mentioned moments ago that...
But my point is, surely that is...
Moments ago, Medhi just mentioned that Israel has done 80+% of the attacks between Hezbollah and Israel over the Lebanon border. 80+% of the attacks that have been done have been Israel. So like Medhi said, seems like Lebanon is in fact the country that needs to defend itself here.
justified. I mean, in some parts of this, you have to say Israel's entitled to defend itself.
So, actually, Lebanon is the one that needs to defend itself, as we say, 500 people killed on a day. Look, you are right. You have held. I've watched your interviews with Israeli spokespersons. You have held them to account on their nonsense about casualty numbers. But let me just say 3 very brief things on that. Number one, you said just a moment ago when they eventually respond. You used that phrase eventually. That's just factually inaccurate. We already discussed.
No, you talked about
82% of the attacks. They have been bombing Lebanon for a year. Now you can say who started it, whatever. I'm not talking about. But they've been attacking Lebanon.
But this is a significant escalation.
Yes, but 5 days after October the 7th, or 6 days after, they killed a Reuters video journalist in southern Lebanon, a man called Issam Abdullah, killed, according to Reporters Without Borders, targeted by Israel. According to the UN, a war crime, right? So they have been killing people in Lebanon who have nothing to do with Hezbollah for a year now. So let's not say eventually. Number two, I would say, yes, it's an act of terror. And that's just not my view. You know Leon Panetta, former Obama defense secretary, former head of the CIA. When the former head of the CIA comes out and says Israel is committing an act of terror, I think we should take that seriously. But it's not just him. A group of UN special rapporteurs on human rights and extrajudicial killings put out a statement.
But many other
saying,
people have said it was not an act of
course, and that's the problem with international law. People can argue it all ways. You know that you and I are not lawyers, but we know that lawyers can argue
multiple things. But do you not think that action was justified?
No, of course not. I don't think you should booby trap devices. It's against international law to use booby traps. I think I'm actually petrified, separate to the politics of the Middle East, Piers. I'm actually petrified at the ability of governments to use technology and surveillance to track us and now kill us. I think there's a wider discussion to be had.
Oh, really? The second that Medhi brings up the actual thing that just happened, but manages to abstractify it, suddenly Piers Morgan's against it. He's had a problem with it. Well, what the fuck? What do you mean? We just got done talking about Israel doing a mass terrorist attack by doing that very thing that Medhi just explicitly said just now. What the fuck is going on?
The idea that Israel keeps opening the doors to all sorts of new precedents that other governments will run with and we will regret. I think, going into the supply chain of devices, phones, beepers, whatever, pages, I think that's very, very worrying. I also think from a practical point of view, it's not targeted. If you blow up a guy with a pager, even if you think he's a terrorist or a terrorist leader, you don't know if he's driving, he's at an intersection, he's about to crash his car into children crossing the road. We saw them going off in grocery stores. It's taken out people's eyes, fingers. No, I don't think it's targeted. I think it's barbaric. I think it's illegal. And I also think, look, I say this all the time. Even if I was an Israeli, I would not support this. It doesn't make Israel safer. Do you think Israel's safer today?
Would you support then any
They just fired a rocket at Tel Aviv.
Let me ask you, would you then, by your criteria, is there any military response that Israel can give, first to what Hamas did on October the 7th, and second to what Hezbollah has been doing ever since? Is there any military response Israel can do which, in your eyes, would be justified?
Well, I don't accept the loaded question. You say response. Israel is the aggressor in all of these places. As I say, they are illegally...
the aggressor on October the 7th, was it?
Well, it was actually, because it was occupying Gaza and it was besieging Gaza for 20 years, and even in Israeli general...
You're sounding like you think it was justified what Hamas did.
No.
It's one or the other.
Why? How is it justified?
So it wasn't justified?
Of course not. I've said that many times.
So was Israel not entitled to respond?
No, but I'm questioning you use the word response. Response implies everything starts on October 7th.
No,
I don't accept your timeline.
I've never said that.
Well, you keep saying response.
To that specific terror attack, in a way that if in England somebody suddenly launched an attack on our people and they killed 1,200 and wounded nearly 7,000, I would...
Except Israel, I mean, my understanding is that in England there isn't any sort of ethnic group being, apartheided, ethnically cleansed, genocided, all that.
An attack on our people and they killed 1,200 and wounded nearly 7,000, I would absolutely expect my government to respond with substantial force. Would you?
Yes, but Britain...
So you would?
Hold on. But is Britain occupying territory in that scenario? Because that's the key point here. It's Shlomo Brom...
It's dangerous wording.
It's not dangerous, because I'm
making it sound like... I don't disagree with you.
I'm going to quote... If you let me finish, before you keep suggesting I'm supporting October 7th, which I have not...
Sounds like you're justifying it to me.
Well,
you're saying,
they're being
occupied. They're being occupied.
They are occupied, and they're not occupied.
I think they probably are, yeah.
Not probably. The ICJ says they're occupied. Shlomo Brom, who's one of the former top Israeli generals, one of their big strategists, said after October the 7th, what did you expect? If you keep people under military occupation,
is that what you think?
They will rise up. Yeah, of course. There's always going to be terrorism.
What do you expect?
Yeah, there's always going to be terrorism and violence as long as you oppress people.
On that scale, you expected that?
No, obviously, I don't expect the details, but do you expect Palestinians to fight back? Of course you do. Everyone who's sane, who looks at this conflict from American presidents downwards, would say the root cause of the violence has to be ending the conflict.
I agree.
So then, talking about tit-for-tat responses
but I also think if you go back
sense.
if you go back to the start in 1948, which I've had many scholars on from both sides of this.
1948 isn't technically when it started. It's just when the most notable event happened in relation to this in olden times.
Probably the most interesting piece I read about this was Jonathan Friedland of The Guardian, who's a Jewish journalist, who concluded, you can construct, if you're reasonably fair-minded about all this, you can construct a solid argument for both sides to feel aggrieved from the very start of this conflict.
Fair enough. And that's, that's a different argument. I'm talking about what you talk about now. My point is,
when people say it didn't start October the 7th...
Well, I'm not even going back to 1948. I'm talking about 20 years of Gaza under blockade.
I know.
Piers. Open-air prison camp, to quote David Cameron, that well-known pro-Palestinian lefty.
But also Hamas, in that process since 2005, have clearly run Gaza in a despicable manner.
Agreed.
You wouldn't disagree?
No.
So it's not all Israel's fault, is it?
Well, no, because you're mixing different things up. Is Hamas...
You're always very keen to put it all on Israel.
No, because if we're talking about...
I try and be a little bit more like, hang on, when you
oh,
commit a terror attack...
you both sides occupation and illegal...
No, I don't.
Yeah, you are. You just said try and be fair. You can't be fair to an occupier. By the way, when we...
Seriously.
And illegal...
No, I don't.
Yeah, you are. You just said, I try and be fair. You can't be fair to an occupier. By the way, when we talk about Russia and Ukraine, this is what frustrates me. And I know my friend Owen Jones sat here and said the same thing to you. When we talk about Russia and Ukraine, you don't do both sides. You blame Russia as the invader and occupier. You don't do that with Israel. That is the double standard on your part.
No,
I try and be consistent, Piers.
Absolutely.
I'm morally consistent. I say Russia... Hold on, let me finish the sentence. Russia illegally invaded and occupied Israel and illegally annexed Crimea.
Oh, boy.
And Israel is doing the same thing in the West Bank, Gaza, the Golan Heights.
As you know, they are completely different.
Yeah, Israel's worse. It's been going on much longer. And people living under much worse conditions.
And
they've killed more kids.
There is no similarity in these two situations.
Agreed. Israel's is worse.
It's not.
How many kids have been killed in Ukraine versus Gaza?
Well, in 1 year.
Ever.
In 1 year?
Ever. Take whatever point you want. More kids have been killed in Gaza than in Ukraine.
Okay.
Every human rights group agrees with that.
What's happened in Ukraine? We can come to Ukraine.
Oh, I just want to move on. Just want to move on from that question. Oh. Oh, Piers. Why are you censoring yourself? Just answer the question. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Ever.
In 1 year?
Ever. Take whatever point you want. More kids have been killed in Gaza than in Ukraine.
Okay.
Every human rights group agrees with that.
What's happened in Ukraine? We can come to Ukraine. What happened in Ukraine is a Russian dictator invaded illegally.
We agree on Ukraine.
Yeah.
But we don't agree in Israel because you're not consistent.
I think Israel is much more complicated.
That's complicated, as my friend Ta-Nehisi Coates pointed out the other way, is just a good way of avoiding attributing moral responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's Tim Pool's answer to the... It was it's verbatim what he said when he claimed that he was more leftist on foreign policy than Emma Vigeland. She said, well, what's your view on Israel? And he said, that's complicated. So here we are, Piers Morgan with the same level of political insight as Tim Pool.
It's just a good way of avoiding attributing moral responsibility. It's complicated. No, it's not complicated, actually. Israel is the occupier under international law. Israel is the one killing the vast majority of civilians. Right now, it's not a liberal democracy. It's run by neo-fascists right now.
Well, I don't disagree with you. There are some right-wing headbangers on that cabinet. I also think that Netanyahu has to go. I also think the whole of Hamas have to go, right?
Under no scenario is it liberal democracy right now. Palestinians do not have the same rights.
But let me come back to my point about Hezbollah, because that's the most current part of this crisis over there. We'll cover all this. We've got plenty of time. With Hezbollah, my point to you would simply be that if someone does what Hezbollah did on October the 8th, has carried on doing it all year. They have a charter which says they want to eradicate Israel. You have to defend yourself.
I'm sorry. This is wild. What Hezbollah did on October 8th. You know, that happened to be in response to something that Israel did. And it's weird when he wants to pick when responses are acceptable or not. He seems to find find his spots at places I would personally struggle to do the same on.
Have a charter which says they want to eradicate Israel. You have to defend yourself. So the question then becomes, what type of defense or response or reaction or revenge, whatever you want to call it, I don't want to get caught in the semantics of a word, but what kind of thing can Israel do, given that direct threat to them, to their existence? And the same sort of ideology applies in argument to Hamas. But with Hezbollah specifically, this state within a state in Lebanon, which is far better armed, far more powerful, far more resourced.
Far more popular with the people, part of the government. It's much more part of Lebanese society.
And was created by 1,500 members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
Supported, not created, but yes.
Well, they trained.
I mean, they're also indigenous to Lebanon.
They trained.
They're not a foreign force.
So my point is, what can Israel do that would actually tick your box of being justified?
My box is a very minimum box. My box is Hippocratic. Do no harm, don't kill civilians. So
you don't respond?
No. You don't respond. This is the same argument with Gaza. You don't respond by killing 40,000 people.
What do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do if you're Israel?
Target Hezbollah people.
How?
I don't know. Jonathan Conricus came on your show last week.
They couldn't have been...
IDF colonel. He said they're not in civilian areas, so we're able to target them. Okay, target them then. If you want to target them under the rules of war, you can target combatants. But Piers, hold on. You just said earlier. Let me finish my point. Then you come back in.
No, Medhi.
Go on. Then I'm going to finish my point.
You literally just said you can target combatants.
Yes.
But when they did that last week with the walkie-talkies and pages, you said,
"Oh my God,
that's a terror attack. It's illegal."
Hold on.
Couldn't there been a more?
I can't believe that. I can't believe Piers Morgan has a journalism degree. He actually does, from my understanding, and it's shocking because he does not seem to do any journalism. It's very strange to me.
No. That's a terror attack. It's illegal.
Hold on.
Couldn't there been a more precise targeting of combatants?
Because A, they didn't just target combatants, as we've just discussed. B,
very
they did it in
small
civilian
number of
areas.
civilians
And C, they did it in violation of the amended Protocol 2 of the Convention on Certain Conventional
So you
Weapons,
would never
which
think...
doesn't allow booby traps.
So there is no...
I already explained the booby traps.
Actually, no, that's not true. It's not true.
Okay.
Booby traps are not allowed if they are genuinely indiscriminate in the way that they potentially...
You don't think going off in a grocery store is indiscriminate?
No, actually, I believe what I've...
You gave the British example earlier, Piers. Are you okay with someone blowing you up in Sainsbury's, the guy next to you, blowing you up in the aisle of Sainsbury's?
I believe that what has been reported, right, widely reported, is that 3,000 terrorist militants, Hezbollah members, whatever you want to call them, were very precisely targeted.
Are you saying people
by your criteria?
Did they go off in grocery stores and hospitals?
If it's legal,
Piers, did they go
right.
off in grocery stores and hospitals? No, you brought up the UK earlier. We're in London right now. If I go from here to the local Sainsbury's to pick up some chocolate on the way out of the studio, and a terrorist is targeted next to me and they blow it up in Sainsbury's and I lose my eyes, you're saying that's okay?
No, but if you have
Sounds
people...
like you're saying it's okay.
Why
those
not
people
then?
in that grocery store are literally responsible for firing rocket after rocket at
You're
a
okay with them
country.
being blown up with me? I'm just collateral damage.
I actually looked at what they did and I thought it was a very precisely targeted
What about
thing.
the 500? What about the 500 civilians killed on Monday, which you just don't want to talk about?
No,
today?
I'm going to come to that.
You keep saying that. The time's nearly up. 500
the time
people.
is not nearly up. We'll be talking for literally 15 minutes. Stop racing the clock.
He's not wrong. We're 25 minutes in. Well, 22 minutes.
I have another show to do, Piers.
I find it interesting that apparently Piers is, as long as there's a terrorist in the local London Sainsbury's, strike it. Airstrike that shit. I mean, that seems like... Am I wrong? Is that not what he just said?
15 minutes. Stop racing the clock down.
I have another show to do, Piers.
Hang on.
500 people died on Monday.
I've come in early for you.
500.
I was looking for a thank you, Piers.
Thank you, Piers. 500 people were killed on Monday. You're not talking about that.
I am going to talk about
it sounds like you're justifying that.
I am going to talk
about that.
I've
not justified October 7th.
First of all, though, before we get to that, I just want to get inside your head about what you think is legitimate, because you said a very interesting thing. One, what they did was a terror attack, even though they would say they targeted specifically combatants, and that is lawful.
But that's not true, though. We know that's not true.
Well, it is true.
It's not true.
It is true. You can never...
Kids, doctors, nurses...
No, you can never target combatants and not involve civilians, ever.
That's funny, because Israel were bragging... Well, people on behalf of Israel...
Tell me one...
Including Piers.
Tell me one war where that has happened.
Didn't they kill Ismail Haniyeh without collateral damage?
Tell me one...
Hold on, didn't they kill Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran without
Tell me one war where that's happened.
I just told you. You just interrupted me twice. Ismail Haniyeh was killed in Tehran. There was no collateral damage. Now, I don't agree with that killing, but there was no collateral damage.
But to be clear, you think that the targeting of combatants is legitimate?
If you're in a war
Okay.
And they are fighting with you, and they are fighters. Yeah, of course it's legitimate.
But you also think that when Israel targeted combatants from Hezbollah last week...
Because I don't...
Inside of a grocery store.
It's terrorism.
Yeah, I don't...
How can it be both?
Is he that stupid? We saw the footage. I mean, the people who were killed, they weren't holding guns, they weren't wearing military garb, they were buying fruit. They were attending funerals. They were doing the exact opposite of combat. It seems like Piers just doesn't know what combat means. It's confusing. Because what he is suggesting is that any strikes on Israel proper, the civilian area, as long as it kills somebody in the IDF, that is justified by anybody in a war with Israel. Because it has to be applied in both directions.
Last week,
because I don't accept
in a very
the premise
precise
of
way,
I don't accept the premise.
It's terrorism.
Yeah, I don't.
How can it be both?
Hold on. Leon Panetta says it's terrorism, the former head of the CIA, not just me. Well, you act like it's some crazy extreme view. If the head of the CIA, the former head of the CIA, is saying this is terrorism because it's
I want you
not
to
done...
explain what is... So, give me an example.
It's literally terror. People in Lebanon don't know what devices to use anymore.
You think killing... Well, Hezbollah don't know what devices to use.
By the way, I'm not playing this game, Piers, because I'm not here to talk about the rules of war. My position is, even if it's legitimate...
You just talked about them.
No, because I'm saying even if it's legitimate, even if I accepted the 3,000 is legitimate, which I don't,
yeah.
I still don't think they should do it.
But you said targeting...
Can I finish a sentence?
You said targeting militants,
yes,
combatants, is lawful and justified.
Yes, but even then I don't think you should do it.
Okay.
You know what? Can I finish a sentence?
I think there's an inconsistency there.
No, I'm very consistent. I'm saying even if it's legitimate, which in this case it's not legitimate, let's say I take the saying it's legitimate, you still shouldn't do it because all it leads to is escalation. I don't want escalation in the Middle East. I don't want a regional war that America dragged into. I'm saying that the way of the gun, the military solution to everything, is a failure, whether you think it's moral or immoral.
How should Israel respond?
I've told you, end the occupation. You don't want to talk about the occupation, Piers. You don't want to talk about the 500 dead. I'm telling you that's the root cause. Israel wants to do everything except what every smart person is telling them to do. Even members of their own security establishment are telling them to do. End the occupation. And then see what happens.
Seriously, even dumb people such as myself know this is the clear answer.
Israel wants to do everything except what every smart person is telling them to do. Even members of their own security establishment are telling them to do. End the occupation. And then see what happens.
You say...
Nobody's waking up in the morning saying we want to kill Israel for no reason.
You say, Medhi, all roads lead to the occupation.
Yes.
Okay? Israel would say all roads lead to Iran.
Who cares what Israel says? They've lied for the last year. They've lied for 30
Who cares what they say?
Yeah, do you care what Russia says?
No.
This is what I'm saying. You're inconsistent. The occupier and the invader doesn't... I don't care
it's not a barbaric
So if you're a liberal democracy... First of all, they're not a liberal democracy. And second of all...
Well, they are.
No, they're not. They're an ethnocracy. But even if they were a liberal democracy, you don't get to invade other people's land. That's not an excuse. Piers, you sound like you're justifying an illegal military occupation here.
No, I'm not.
You just did. You said they're a liberal democracy. Sounds like you're justifying occupation.
You're extrapolating two things together. Why?
I said it's an occupation. You said, but they're a liberal democracy. Sounds like a justification for
I'm just coming back to one thing, because I'm curious what you think Israel could do that would pass your test.
It's probably not much. I'm as close to a pacifist as you can get. I think you only use...
I mean, I think that Medhi, I'm speaking for him here, so don't take this with... I mean, I would recommend taking this with a grain of salt. But point is that I think Medhi would accept the idea of supposed response, Israel's ability to respond to, this stuff, even though he is a pacifist. If terrorist attacks were happening in Israel, but there was no apartheid, but there was no blockade in Gaza, but they had stopped striking other countries and other people completely, and at least some time had gone on that they, were no longer genociding and attempting to start an all-out war in the Middle East. All this stuff happened, right? If they were living as an actual liberal democracy, as they keep touting themselves to be, if Palestinians had the right to vote, right? All of this stuff. They ended the illegal settlements in West Bank and started once again acting like they're a free and fair place. Then perhaps there would be a discussion I think Medhi would be willing to have if supposed terrorist attacks did happen in those circumstances. But right now, it's really hard to because Israel's doing a bunch of illegal shit.
I think you only use force
Pacifism is not
to
allowing
defend yourself.
everyone else to attack you and to rape and murder and pillage you, to fire rockets all year.
Who's raping and
You don't
murdering?
think that's what Hamas did on
I
October
thought we
7th?
were talking about Hezbollah. You're jumping around.
I'm talking about both.
You were talking about Hezbollah a moment ago.
Well, it's the same. To me, it's the same.
But that's the problem. To you, it's the same. Everything's very simplistic.
Let me explain why.
Is not simplistic.
Let me explain why. You have two.
Lebanon is way more complicated.
To me, you have two groups of terrorists funded by Iran. They both are wedded to the existential removal and disintegration of all things Israel, and they're prepared to use a lot of violence to achieve that.
But not as much violence as Israel has used to occupy their land for 50 years in the case of Gaza and the West Bank.
So your argument is whatever Hamas has done and whatever Hezbollah does is justified.
No. The only person justifying violence here is you, Piers, not me. So I've not justified any violence today. You've justified terrorist attacks via pages. You seem to have justified the occupation. You won't even say occupation.
I do think the specific targeting of Hezbollah in the way that they did it...
Do you think it makes Israel safer?
That's a different question.
Well, that's the question that matters to me.
I think Israel
if
feels...
there's no point doing all this,
if I was
and at the end of the day, the war continues. I want to end the conflict, Piers.
So, of course, maybe this is...
Well, then escalations don't help. Israel is briefing the press, Piers.
Just saying, I want it, or I want peace and joy. You sound like Kamala Harris.
No, actually, Kamala Harris is funding Israel. She supports you, so that's the problem.
She doesn't support me.
She supports your position that Israel has a right to do this stuff. It doesn't have a right to do this stuff.
They have a right to do all of it. I never said that.
Oh, you pick and choose which bits?
Yeah.
What do you think they have a right to do?
I think that they have been disproportionate in their response
That's very
to Gaza.
vague. What do you think they're allowed to do in Gaza? You made me very specific. What do you think they should specifically do in Gaza?
I think in Gaza that they were the victims on October the 7th.
You've already said that.
I know.
What should they do in Gaza?
So I think they are perfectly entitled to go after Hamas. What they're not entitled to do, in my estimation, is to level the whole of Gaza to the ground in the way they've been doing. Nor can they move vast numbers of Palestinian civilians to specific areas.
Those are war crimes.
And then bomb those areas as well.
And those are war crimes,
So on those,
yes?
on those
and
things,
those are war
agree.
crimes, yes?
Probably, yeah.
And what about in Lebanon?
In Lebanon...
They've killed 500 people.
There is, to me, a big difference.
50 children.
I'm about to answer you. I think there is a big difference between what they did in the targeting of the pages and what they did with the airstrikes, which were far more indiscriminate and killed far more civilians.
I mean,
and my question for Netanyahu, if he would dare to do an interview with me, which he now won't, but if he did, I would say, what are you trying to achieve here? Because it seems to me you're just levelling Gaza, killing tens of thousands of people in the process.
He's trying to stay in office.
You're never going to finish off Hamas completely. You're certainly not doing anything but, in my view, fueling their ideology. And you have no plan for what happens in Gaza afterwards.
Agreed.
And you have a bunch of right-wing nut jobs in your
finally
cabinet who actually do speak in quite a genocidal way. All of that I agree with.
I feel like Piers gets halfway there with this, and the problem is that he's got this little track in the back of his head that is this racist little track that goes on. But if Muslims exist in the Middle East, well, Israel's just gonna have to keep doing what it's doing. I mean, that's genuinely what it feels like when I listen to Piers Morgan. And maybe I'm wrong about this estimation of mine, but that's just what it feels like. Like, I feel like he gets all the way there and then is like, but, people who object to Israel and who, have been deemed terrorists who are scary in Arabic, well, they exist, and therefore Israel must keep doing everything it's been doing, essentially. I mean, I just never hear him actually really... The only thing I ever hear him really... Because Medhi mentioned earlier, right? Because he had multiple Israeli spokespeople on the show. I feel like the only thing he ever really pushes back on them is the actual numbers that that they bring up being incorrect. But then he never actually questions the legitimacy of what they're doing to many degrees. It feels like he just sort of skirts over it. It's very... He confuses me as a media figure.
Lebanon too, by the way. You know that, right? They're speaking about Lebanon in a genocidal way too.
I think there are people there who just want total war with everything to do with Palestinians.
But don't you think someone like you with your huge platform should be calling that out consistently?
I do, but I also think...
You just gave me a whole thing. Iran backs Hamas, Hezbollah, terrorism. That just sounds like an Israeli narrative.
You take one side completely.
Just like you do in Ukraine.
No, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm consistent. I take the side of the Ukrainian people under occupation.
Oh, God.
In Ukraine.
No, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm consistent. I take the side of the Ukrainian people under occupation and the Palestinian people under occupation. I'm consistent.
No, you're not. They're totally different situations.
You have to say that because you're not consistent.
And you have to say what you say.
No, but I literally described it. 2 people's under foreign occupation, 2 people's having their hospitals bombed, 2 people's having their kids killed, 2 people facing governments that say genocidal stuff. Yeah, I'm consistent.
One is a democracy and an ally of the
Says
West.
you.
And one is not.
Ally of the West. What little slip in there? What's that got to do with anything? So allies of the West get to be genocidal?
No.
Why did you say ally of the West? Why is that relevant?
I don't believe what they're doing in...
So if Russia was an ally of the West, they could kill people in Ukraine?
I don't believe...
That seems like exactly what he just said. Yeah, I don't see why that makes it better. Why does that make it better? Being an ally of the West shouldn't exclude you from criticism, especially when you commit war crimes. You would think. And Piers almost he almost got caught there because he was basically ready to fully
I don't believe what
back
they're doing
that.
So if Russia was an ally of the West, they could kill people in Ukraine?
I don't believe what they're doing in Gaza is genocide. You do, I don't.
Well,
genocide is the complete...
Put genocide to one side. Whether we agree or not on genocide, and it is genocidal.
It's not
You
genocide.
just said they're your ally of the West. Why is that relevant?
I think it's important that you support...
So if you're an
allies.
ally of the West, you get to kill kids?
No. You get
So why is it relevant?
You support...
You're making my point for me, Piers. I'm consistent. I don't care whether you're an ally of the West or an enemy of the West.
Fine.
I care about what you do.
Yes.
And Russia and Israel both committing war crimes, both saying genocidal
Yes,
stuff.
but Medhi, here's my point. You are so blindly anti-Israel that you frame everything...
I could say the same thing to you about Russia.
I'm very blindly against Russia.
Okay,
yes.
then so again, so you're inconsistent. I'm consistent. I'm blindly anti-occupying Russia that occupies Ukraine, and I'm blindly anti an Israel that occupies Gaza. By the way, another area I'm consistent is I do think both wars need to come to an end, and they're going to come to an end through some sort of negotiation. I don't believe in prolonged conflict. I don't know. I'm not a negotiator.
What's the negotiation in
I don't believe there's a military solution to either conflict.
Give me the solution.
I don't have one. Do you have a military solution? I don't think there is one.
We can't possibly give Putin what he's taken.
No, I agree.
So how do you do it?
I don't know. But I don't think the military continuing helps. I mean, how do you win militarily? I don't know how that works.
Would you have said that in World War II?
What do you mean?
When the Nazis were trying to take over the world?
No, there was a plausible plan to win, wasn't there, when the US came in?
Just to fight them.
And there were no nuclear weapons back then, Piers, as you know.
Okay, but you just think Putin would ever use them?
Do you not think he would?
No. Why would he? He's not an Islamic fundamentalist who wants to blow himself up.
Oh, that's a very racist thing to say.
That is incredibly racist.
I said,
oh, he's not a Muslim. Why would he do that? Good God. Just confirming.
Do you not think he would do
No. Why would he? He's not an Islamic fundamentalist who wants to blow himself up.
Oh, that's a very racist thing to say.
It's not.
You're saying only Muslims want to use nuclear weapons?
I said
What?
Islamic...
Why would Putin not want to use
I didn't say Muslim, I said Islamic fundamentalist.
Why is it Islamic fundamentalists?
Because Islamic fundamentalists kill themselves to get what they want.
But they haven't used nukes. The only people who've used nukes in history are the United States of America.
You're missing my point deliberately, and you're playing
because I just find
you're playing the race card stupidly.
You're playing weird asides, Piers. You're bringing in Western
I'm
allies.
answering your question about whether I thought Russia would use nukes. No, because
But the only people who would are Islamic fundamentalists.
They do not behave.
Western centric.
He does not think like an Islamic fundamentalist, where they will kill themselves to get their goals.
You know the United States of America used a nuclear weapon, Piers, right? They're not Islamic fundamentalists.
You're missing my point. The point is, Islamic fundamentalists will kill themselves in the process of destroying others. Russia does not want to do that. Vladimir Putin doesn't want to kill himself.
Fair point.
Right? So my point about the nuclear threats, which he does all the time, is he takes what should be a deterrent. Look, we shouldn't have nuclear weapons, right? Period. But we do. Russia has 6,000.
As does Israel.
Russia has 6. I'm sure they do. And I put that question to Netanyahu, and he fudged it. But I'm sure, of course, they do. Right? But the point is, I don't think that the mindset of someone like Vladimir Putin is to start a war where he gets instantly vaporized. Makes no sense to me. So I think he uses it as a threat, and a lot of people in the West go like this and go, oh my God, we can't do anything. We must let him continue what he's doing because he might nuke us. And I think he's been doing this now for years, and we've got to stand up to him because he's never going to use nuclear weapons, because he knows the moment he does, Russia and him are dead. And he doesn't think in the way that Al-Qaeda or ISIS or one of these groups do, where they don't mind dying in big numbers to blow things up.
It's a very fair argument.
I mean, is it though? Is it? Because the fact is here, like, how many soldiers have died on the Russian side so far? Because does throwing troops at something where you know they're going to die, does that count? I mean, what even classifies as this shit? 70,000, according to the BBC. This is from not even 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago. Volunteers dying as Russia's war dead tops 70,000. What's the difference between that and having some people, strap a bomb to their body? I'm just genuinely asking. This is like a, what do you call it? Thought experiment. Ugh. But you get what I'm saying here? Is throwing 70,000 people into a war to die any different than strapping a bomb to them and sending them into a war to die? Functionally, are they different things? Yeah. But this is the same result, technically, right? It's a fucked up argument that I hate that I'm even trying to parse this right now, but that's where this is all gone. So do forgive me for that.
Now for years, and we've got to stand up to him because he's never going to use nuclear weapons, because he knows the moment he does, Russia and him are dead. And he doesn't think in the way that Al-Qaeda or ISIS or one of these groups do, where they don't mind dying in big numbers to blow things up.
It's a very fair argument. I respect that argument.
That's my point.
That's a fair argument. I respect that argument. I'm saying I'm not willing to take that risk. I would like to see the Ukraine conflict come to an end.
So would I.
In Ukraine's favour.
Yeah, but how?
I don't know. I'm not pretending to know the solution.
But with respect, and I do respect you, with respect, simply saying, I just want peace and harmony.
You don't have a solution to Ukraine either.
I do.
What is it?
Support them.
That's not a solution.
No, it is.
No, it is. What's the end goal?
You give them the tools that they're asking for to repel Russia long enough that Russia goes, all right, enough.
And there's nobody agrees that Russia's going to give up Crimea. No one's ever going to agree.
I didn't say Crimea.
That's part of Ukraine. You said don't give up any Ukrainian territory.
Crimea, to me, has already been sorted.
How? How has it been sorted? Just because people stopped talking about it? It was taken. People called it an annexation. It's the same thing as what happened. There was an invasion and then an annexation of the taking of territory. They took it militarily. Tanks and troops with guns and rocket launchers. I remember watching it happen and unfold during the winter. And it's just... Piers has just completely resigned himself to saying, oh, no, well, we stopped talking about that, so it's really not a big deal. But it is, in fact, something that did happen and was the beginning of all this. Everybody seems to forget. Started over, well, not over, but 10 years ago now. Nearly.
There's nobody agrees that Russia's going to give up Crimea. No one's ever going to agree.
I didn't say Crimea.
That's part of Ukraine. You said don't give up any Ukrainian territory.
Crimea, to me, has already been sorted. I'm talking about the... Well, I don't think anything they can do about
good.
that.
Well, we agree on that then.
But I do think that the area of the Donbass...
Yes. But they've been annexed as well, unfortunately.
They should not be allowed to take that as well. If they do, they'll never stop.
I agree with you. I don't think they should be allowed to take it, but I don't see a military solution. But I'm not a military expert. But the people I read say there's no way the Russians...
What do you think is the solution in the Middle East with Israel? I get the argument, give up occupation. Okay.
Yes.
All right. On that we agree. Okay? But Israel will only do that, and this has the vast support of their people. They'll only do this if they feel that they can get security out of the situation. They'll only allow a two-state solution. Do you believe in a two-state solution?
I don't believe in any solutions, Ron. I don't talk about one state, two states, three states, because all of it is nonsense. All of it is pie in the sky. None of it's happening. My position is I want equality for Palestinians and Israelis, Jews, Muslims, Christians living in that part of the world.
Exactly the same human rights for all.
Exactly.
On that, I agree with you.
I don't care about the structures. I don't care what the name of the place is, what the government looks like. I want equality between the river and the sea, to use a phrase, for everyone living in that patch of land. No one's leaving. I don't believe any of those people are going anywhere. They're all staying. They all have to live side by side as equals. I'm a Democrat, small d Democrat. I believe it should be a democracy. But fundamentally, right now, I'm only concerned about one thing: stop the killing, stop the genocide.
Do you agree that Hamas could play no part in any government going forward?
Which government?
On the Palestinian side,
like in a final settlement?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think there would ever be a final settlement government. I don't think anyone would agree to that. I agree. Yeah. So if there was a kind of one-state solution, which some people talk about, which is everyone binationally living side by side, of course not. If there's two states and the Palestinians were to choose a coalition government involving Hamas, well, that's up to the Palestinians, is it not?
Let's.
Piers doesn't want to say no because it would be incredibly undemocratic of him to say it. Because he's constantly cheering on democracy and claiming to be pro-democracy. But the fact is, in particular situations, he forgets all about that. People want things that he doesn't like. Democracy can go right out the window to Piers.
A coalition government involving Hamas? Well, that's up to the Palestinians, is it not?
Let's go to something else. I think we're in fun agreement. The Al Jazeera raid, because you work for Al Jazeera. I thought that was disgraceful. And I think actually, when you take it in the context of what Israel's been doing in really prohibiting almost any foreign correspondence going into Gaza as well, you're seeing a genuine suppression of media and press freedom. And to actually shut down Al Jazeera studio in Ramallah, I thought was an absolutely outrageous attack on free speech. I mean, I presume you agree.
100%.
And
it's outrageous that there's no foreign journalists allowed into Gaza a year in.
No.
Yeah.
What do they have to hide?
Well, exactly. That's my point. That is my point. I totally agree with you.
But that's why I say when you say liberal democracy, I laugh. That's not how liberal democracy behaves.
Well, no liberal democracy is perfect. We're not here.
Wow. Really? We're going to compare what Britain does on a daily basis to what Israel's doing? I'm not sure which is worse. Pierce's very, very low opinion of Britain, which, I mean, some of it might be a little bit granted, but to compare in this particular situation is a wild suggestion, because he's clearly got a very high opinion of Israel to put them on the same level as British treatment of media, right? I mean. How many news organizations have been kicked out of Britain recently? Just, anybody got information on that for me? Because I'm pretty sure it's zero. Pretty sure.
As you
and also, how many journalists has UK killed in the last year or so? 10 years, for that matter.
Agree about,
I agree,
for example.
But there's a difference between a liberal democracy not meeting standards and behaving in this way, which is complete censorship. You see what's happening in Israel, where kids are being pulled out of school just for criticizing what's happening in Gaza, TED teachers, academics. It's not liberal democracy in any way. Separately, going back years, the way Israel is constructed, Palestinians do not have the same rights as Israel.
Who would be a better president for resolving what's happening in the Middle East, Trump or Harris?
That's the hardest question you asked me today, harder than anything else.
I know. So I've seen what you said about it.
I think they're both hopeless. I think John Mearsheimer made a good point about Tweedledee and Tweedledum on the Middle East.
But one of them's going to have to win.
Yeah, who do I think is less bad? They're both horrible on this story.
That's a different question.
Well, they're both horrible.
I phrased it very specifically, so you'd find it hard to answer.
I know, so go on, can you say it again?
The question is, which one is more likely to be able to help resolve the Middle East crisis?
Okay, so...
Trump or Harris?
Harris, simply because she's a sane, reasonable person. But I don't believe she will resolve it. I'm going to add the caveat. I'm not saying there's going to be some two-state solution in a Harris term. No.
Mm-hmm.
But is she more likely, if you're asking me?
I mean, I hate this very cynical position of Medhi's. I would love and am praying for that still. So... stop shitting on my parade right now, Medhi. Because I am genuinely hoping for that at night, to myself, privately, and right now, publicly. And somehow, January 6th comes around and she says, well, I'm president now. Two-state solution, no more military aid for Israel. I mean, obviously that's not going to happen. But it would be nice if any one of those parts happened. Especially the resolution of this, because an entire term, 4 years, if there isn't a resolution to this to some degree in the next 4 years, I feel like we're going to have a lot more consequences relating to this, right? We keep talking about the concern of this spreading. Well, Iran just said they're definitely going to be responding to what just happened in Lebanon. What do you think will happen over 4 years of no headway on this? I can't imagine good things. That's just me.
Man, I'm a Muslim, I don't bet. But is she more likely? Yeah, Harris. Obviously, she's more likely to do anything productive because he's the most unproductive, ridiculous figure to ever come near higher office in the history of America.
He's had 2 assassination attempts on his life. The second one, who obviously is still alive, he wrote a note, assuming he might get killed in the process of killing Trump, in which he basically rattled off a series of Democrat talking points. I mean, literally word for word in some cases from what Harris has said and so on. I'm not blaming Kamala Harris for what happened. He's a lunatic. And
he's a lunatic.
And
he invited Kim Jong-un to Hawaii.
Right. And
Trump should be playing some.
I don't think you can do that as a private citizen. It's hilarious though. It's quite a move. Not gonna lie. It takes some real sort of like narcissistic thinking to believe that you can invite a foreign leader to your country on behalf of, I don't know. Like what?
To Hawaii.
Right, and the Secret Service should have stopped him way before he ever got to where he got to.
And Trump shouldn't be playing so much golf as well.
Well, actually, he plays as much golf as Obama.
The Secret Service have asked him to reduce it because it is a security
because they can't protect him.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be real. They both played too much golf. You think that we don't have criticisms for how much golf Obama played? I mean, I know that Medhi doesn't have patience for it, but we're not in the middle of the interview. You know, we have a moment to be like, hey, you know what? I could have dealt with less golf from Obama. Not the only thing, but it's certainly one of the things.
Yeah, which is disgusting,
and I'm not
in my
defend
opinion.
the Secret Service.
But when you see somebody using specific talking points and you see the rhetoric being used, we've had the debate before about the left calling him Hitler and so on. But I do genuinely...
Not the left. J.D. Vance called him Hitler, his running mate.
I accepted that point.
Good.
But no one should. In my estimation, likening Trump to someone who killed 12 million people in World War II is ridiculous and dangerous. And in the wrong, dangerous minds, lunatic minds, this is where you end up. On both sides, Trump's rhetoric is often terrible. Let's agree with that. But as someone on the left yourself...
Yeah.
Do you not think that there has to be a dialing down of the blind hatred rhetoric about Trump?
So I'm going to say the same thing I said to you last time, which is I wish we didn't have to raise the rhetoric. I agree with you to a point that if you say certain things about certain people, of course I do. I'm on the left. I think if you dehumanize people, I'm the one who says migrant attacks because of Trump's rhetoric. So I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say that rhetoric leads to things. Yes, of course it does. I'm not one of these free speech absolutely says, words have no feeling, sticks and so. No, words lead to actions, words lead to violence, clearly. So yes, in any scenario where we can dial down any incitement of violence, completely agree. I get very uncomfortable, for example, at now Democratic rallies, people are shouting, lock him up, which I don't agree with.
Right.
Well,
it's total hypocrisy.
It's hypocrisy. Put him. He's on trial. If he's going to be locked up, let a court and a jury do it. I don't think crowd should be shouting that. It's not a helpful contribution.
Do you feel comfortable?
That makes me wince.
He's a convicted criminal because of a one-night stand with a porn star.
That's not why.
Did you feel comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with the trial.
That's not why. It's not why, Piers. He knows that's not why. He's smart enough to know that that's not why.
Alleged one-night stand with a porn star. That's not why.
He genuinely really likes Trump. That's from what I can tell, he just loves Trump. And he thinks that makes him a centrist, and it's weird. It's weird to me.
Because of a one-night stand with a porn star.
That's not why.
Did you feel comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with the trial that Alvin Bragg done. I'm comfortable with the grand jury that indicted him. I'm comfortable with the jury of his peers that convicted him. But
you can't be comfortable.
And I'm actually, what I'm uncomfortable with is that a bunch of his own judges now are protecting him from justice elsewhere. That makes America look like a quote-unquote banana republic. You and I live in the UK. You don't get to go pick your own judge.
I actually thought the way that the
Florida thing was ridiculous.
I thought the way the Democrats weaponized the justice system to go after Trump.
I wish they had. They didn't actually. They spent years dragging their feet. Merrick Garland was the most useless AG.
They made him a convicted criminal over a one-night stand.
They did not make anything. A jury,
18 years before.
A jury of his peers
should never have been put to a jury.
Let me answer your original question about violence, but since we sidetracked, a jury of his peers convicted him. Back to this, on the rhetoric, I wish I didn't have to compare Donald Trump to Hitler. But when he quotes the lines from Mein Kampf, as a journalist...
Come on, Medhi.
As a journalist, should I not point out that?
You shouldn't compare him to Hitler because he's not Hitler.
Okay, so what should I do? So I'm a journalist. Donald Trump says immigrants are poisoning our blood. I go look in history, who's the only person who said that? Hitler. Should I not tell my viewers on Piers Morgan Uncensored? Should I go, can't tell them that?
No, you can you can say he shouldn't use language like that.
Yeah, Catholic school nun, Piers Morgan. Although I think that Catholic school nuns would be a little bit harsher than this, but you would tell them, stop saying those bad words that are naughty, Nazi words. Why would you say them? Oh wait, we can't say that either. Stop saying the naughty bad man words.
That Hitler. Should I not tell my viewers on Piers? uncensored. Should I go?
Him to Hitler because he's not Hitler.
Okay, so what should I do? So I'm a journalist. Donald Trump says immigrants are poisoning our blood. I go look in history who's the only person who said that, Hitler. Should I not tell my viewers on Piers Morgan Uncensored? Should I go, can't tell them that?
No, you
so
can
what should I say?
You can say he shouldn't use language like that.
Can I say he's
but you
quoting
can't
Adolf
say
Hitler?
you can't say he's the new Hitler.
I haven't called him the new Hitler.
Right.
I've never called him the new
So you
Hitler.
accept the people who
but
say
I'm allowed.
that.
But you say I'm allowed to say he's quoting Hitler.
You can, if he uses a direct sentence, which you can chart back to
It's
what came out of
almost
Hitler's mouth,
directly the same,
That's
yes.
absolutely fair enough. But the idea that there is any comparison between Trump and Hitler...
No, of course not. Hitler is Hitler. We know that.
...is appalling.
Hitler is Hitler.
Yeah, I love how Piers Morgan is just upset because Donald Trump isn't actually Adolf Hitler, who was born in, what was it, 1890 or something like that. He is not actually Adolf Hitler, and that's the problem. We can't keep calling him a fascist and a neo-Nazi supporter when he's not actually Adolf Hitler. Of course. Well, jeez.
You agree it's appalling?
No, but I want to qualify what you're saying. Hitler,
You agree it's appalling?
What is appalling?
To compare him to Hitler.
To compare him to Hitler in what sense, though?
They're calling him the new Hitler.
Yeah, so no, don't call him the new Hitler.
Is that appalling?
Oh my God, I'm not playing the silly game.
Give me a word.
I don't want to put you words.
Give me
I'll
a
use my own words.
condemnatory word.
I think it's not accurate to say he's the new Hitler because Hitler killed
Not
12 million
accurate.
people. Yeah, it's not true.
Not offensive.
But if you let me finish the sentence, I speak to a lot of fascism scholars, people like Ruth Ben-Ghiat, Jason Stanley. A lot of people say that there is an analogy between what Trump is doing in America now and what happened in places like Germany in the 20s and 30s.
No, there
right
isn't.
there. But I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion that you don't think it is.
But give me an example.
I'm not having that argument right now. I'm trying to make a separate point, which is if fascism scholars are saying we look at history and we make comparisons, they are scholars of fascism and they're saying, hey, hold on, the rhetoric is very similar. The way they're operating is very similar. That is it. That first of all, free speech, they should be allowed to say that.
You said Trump
used to be the free speech champion.
I am.
And then you sit there regulating everyone's speech.
I'm not
Say it's
regulating.
appalling.
I'm not regulating. No, I'm asking
You
you.
literally
I asked.
call it appalling.
That's not regulating what.
Seriously though, lover of free speech, Piers Morgan Uncensored, the place to go if you want to be told what to say and what to think.
I'm not
Say it's
regulating.
appalling.
I'm not regulating. No, I'm asking
You literally just told me.
I asked.
Call it appalling.
That's not regulating what you're saying.
you're
It's
telling me-
asking you, can you bring it in yourself to condemn people who say he's the new Hitler?
I don't know who those people are. J.D. Vance called him the new Hitler, and he's his running mate. So take it up with J.D. Vance.
Condemn him as well.
Call him on your show.
But you condemn anyone on the left who uses it too, right? A
Uses
comparison.
what, though?
Who says he's the new Hitler? Specifically.
Those specific words, the new
Yes.
Hitler, yes.
Okay.
Is he speaking like Hitler? Yes, he is.
Okay.
And that should be condemned. Hold on, do you condemn him speaking like Hitler?
Yes.
Does that not outrage you?
Of course.
He's like your pal. Why don't you tell him to stop it?
Of course.
Have you ever told him to stop quoting Hitler?
Yes, probably. I can't remember the last interview I did was before or after, but if I do again, I will. Yes, of course.
Oh yeah, I'll get to it. Of course. Why, Medhi? Why are you so concerned with me telling him not to say Hitler quotes? What's the problem with Hitler quotes exactly? So that's a bad Piers Morgan impression. Wasn't really supposed to be one, but it sort of turned into half of one. It was a half-cocked Piers. The worst kind of Piers. 1889? Alright, I was off by a year. Okay, I was going by my memory.
And hosting a Holocaust dinner at Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, Nick Fuentes, absolutely.
Have
I
you told him
condemned
to stop doing that?
I said it on Twitter to him.
Oh, you said it on Twitter.
Don't let white supremacists anyone near you. Why are you doing that?
Nah, that's not condemnation.
It's so funny. Because like every time that Piers talks about him telling people stuff that they did was bad, was always on Twitter. A dying platform that most people don't go on. Meanwhile, on his YouTube channel, he never says it. He never says these things that he supposedly believes. But on Twitter, he's champion of stuff, apparently.
Don't let white supremacists anywhere near you. Why are you doing that?
Nah, that's not condemnation. That's a question.
I think
You
it's
should condemn it.
Condemn it. It's disgusting.
It's appalling.
It's appalling.
Good.
There you are. You said to regulate my speech.
I love when we agree.
You said that Trump called for the ethnic cleansing of legal immigrants.
Yes.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
What did he say?
He said he wanted to deport illegal immigrants.
No, he didn't actually.
Yes, he did.
Piers, you're wrong.
That's what he
Again,
said.
anyone can play the tape after this interview. You're wrong. You should do better homework.
Ethnic
when
cleansing.
Medhi is just wiping the floor with Piers right now. This is amazing.
It's a forced expulsion,
I love your team.
usually involving killing of members of a specific religious or ethnic group.
Hold on.
That's what ethnic
I
cleansing
really
is.
like your team. I deal with them a lot when I come in there. But you should talk to whoever did your research, because that's wrong. You know what he said? Go watch the clip. It's on tape. He said, we've got to get rid of them from Springfield.
Yeah.
Who are the people in Springfield? Haitians. They're not illegal immigrants.
So it's interesting, Springfield.
Hold on, no, don't jump around. You just got something wrong.
I'm going to mention Springfield.
You said
They're completely legal immigrants. He's entirely right.
he said, we've got to get rid of them from Springfield.
Yeah.
Who are the people in Springfield? Haitians. They're not illegal immigrants.
So it's interesting, Springfield.
Hold on, no, don't jump around. You just got something wrong.
I'm going to mention Springfield. I
You
didn't
said
get it wrong.
No, you did. We could play the tape back. He said illegal immigrants. That's not true. He said Haitians should be. You've got to get rid of them.
You said, Medhi. Let me just go back.
No.
to...
You said.
Hang on. Let me clarify what you
Please
said.
clarify what you said.
His policy is calling for the ethnic.
It isn't
cleansing.
policy. It's a phrase on Twitter. If you're going to come and police my tweets, then fine.
Well, you said that Trump has called for the ethnic cleansing
Yes,
of legal immigrants.
the violent, forcible removal of legal immigrants, I think, is a form of ethnic cleansing.
That's not his position.
But
his position is that there should be mass deportation of illegal.
Wrong. The clip is online. Everybody, I
You're
don't know what camera
conflating
to look
different
at.
things.
No, you are, because my tweet was over that clip. So anyone can go look, and you guys got it wrong. I looked at a clip of him saying, you got to get rid of them in Springfield.
Different
the people
story.
In Springfield.
Different thing.
But that's what I'm tweeting about, Piers. You don't get to
But that's not
misrepresent
what he's
my tweets.
talking about with the mass deportation.
Yes, he is. He was talking about Springfield.
No,
he said
wasn't.
Springfield.
No, he talked.
Have you watched the clip?
Yes, I've watched.
I've actually seen the clip that Medhi's talking about. Medhi is right. He says exactly what he's talking about. Not only does he continue to claim that the immigrants in Haiti are illegal, both he and JD Vance have said that it doesn't even matter if they're legal or illegal, they should still be gone. I mean, there's been multiple instances of this. I've been watching all of the Forbes breaking news clips. Believe me, I've seen them. Piers is once again under-researched, unfortunately.
Mass deportation.
Yes, he is. He was talking about Springfield.
No,
he said
wasn't.
Springfield.
No, he talked.
Have you watched the clip?
Yes, I've watched many clips.
No,
of all
but
of it.
the clip that my tweet is on.
Well, you're
you're wrong, Piers. I get it. You can back
So
down
you
and
think
say
he
you got
wants
it wrong.
ethnic cleansing of Haitians in Springfield?
What he wants, I don't try and get inside a madman's
You
head.
call that ethnic cleansing?
I'm not. If he tries to violently
I think he wants to kill them.
Can I finish a sentence? If he wants to violently remove legal immigrants from their homes, yeah, I think that's a form of ethnic cleansing. Yes,
Yes, absolutely
based on their
it is.
ethnicity or identity, 100%.
Do you think it's right in Springfield?
Do you think it's right to call for the deportation
get
of
a
legal
word
immigrants?
in?
No, you cut me off.
It's actually, it is technically my show.
And you misrepresented my tweet, which you haven't corrected yet. My
Okay.
tweet was in reference to legal immigrants. You said illegal, so you should walk that back. You said it to all your viewers. That was wrong.
But you said that he effectively has a policy.
No, I said, no, Piers, don't misrepresent
Is it
me.
a policy or
I
not?
said, in this clip, he's calling for the ethnic cleansing. It's a quote above a clip. It's a quote tweet. You should check your tweets when you put them in your document.
Do you think that's what he's doing, though? Ethnically
Yes,
cleansing?
if he's calling for the deportation of legal immigrants based on their ethnicity, yes.
Do you think
he's called it a bloody operation? Are you okay with 14 million people being violently removed from their homes?
Are you?
4 million American children
Okay,
losing
let me
their
ask you a
parents?
question.
It's outrageous.
Are you okay with the situation on the southern border with so many illegal people coming in illegally?
No, I'm not.
So presumably you're a legal migrant to America.
Yes, I am.
Right, so everyone has gone through the process like you.
But whether you're
Aren't they
legal or
entitled-
undocumented, you shouldn't be violently removed. And by the way, the southern border situation is a very complicated situation. It's been going on for years. Multiple presidents, multiple parties. There's no easy
But you would
fix.
concede under the Democrats it's been a fiasco.
No. Why
Come
would I
on.
concede that?
Really?
You can't. You don't have to, because it's not the case. We know that illegal immigration specifically, into the country started ticking up during Donald Trump's presidency. We know that America's own policies have led to more people leaving their countries, like Haiti, like Venezuela, where intentionally austere policies and literal coups, attempted coups, and other sorts of things have led to problems. It's certainly not a one size fit all, and that's just the two countries closest to us, I would say.
Numbers in
that
the
come
last
to
3.5
mind.
years?
And they were really bad under George Bush, if we go back. I mean, it's a
Who was the
multi-part.
biggest-
It's a multi. To make this into a party thing is ridiculous. In fact, last time I came on your show, you tried to do a gotcha on me and said Obama was the deporter.
Yeah, he was.
So clearly, Democrats aren't bad. They're on your side. They're deporters.
On that, interesting.
You can't have it both ways.
Interesting, you
Piers.
raise the Obama thing.
You
because
can't have it both ways, can you?
When Obama deported 3 million migrants, presumably then was he ethnically cleansing them?
If they were undocumented, that's very different, isn't it? You're legally... Look, again, to go back to our discussion about Israel-Hamas. So now who's cutting me off?
Oh my God. I love how Piers doesn't understand nuance. Did you see his face that he made when that happened? He's like, huh, I hadn't considered that there's a difference between illegal and legal, even though for the last 5 minutes we've been debating the difference between that, the rhetoric involved with that.
If they were undocumented, that's very different, isn't it? You're legally... Look, again, to go back to our discussion about Israel-Hamas.
So is ethnic cleansing if Trump's doing it?
Now who's cutting me off? Something can be legal...
If Trump's doing it, it's ethnic cleansing.
No.
If Obama's doing it, it's perfectly okay.
I'm well known for speaking a lot. I can say my own words. You don't need to put words in my mouth. I'm saying, what I said earlier about Israel, you can do something that's legal, but I still think it's wrong. So what Obama did was legal, right? He didn't break any laws. He was entitled to deport, but I thought it was wrong, unwise, unhelpful, counterproductive, unfair. That's a different argument. What Trump would be doing is taking people who are here legally and suggesting that they get out. You know, when they go after 14 million people, Piers, you're a very experienced journalist, you've covered many political issues around the world. There's no scenario in which the American bureaucracy goes house to house to look for 14 million people and doesn't end up getting innocent people, green card holders, legal immigrants, just people who look brown or have a Spanish name and getting them as well. You know this. It's going to be a disaster, Piers. So next time you talk to your pals, tell them not to do it.
On Springfield, do you think it's...
I think what happened to Springfield is outrageous. If you condemn the incitement of violence there by Trump. New Hitler. He shut down an entire town, 30 bomb threats.
Actually,
it's disgusting.
There weren't 30 bomb threats.
And it turned out that's what the local authorities
all the bomb threats, all of them, came from what they now believe were bots and pranksters. And all of them. And nothing to do with Trump.
Nothing to do with Trump. So why did it happen? Why did it happen straight after we spoke?
The mayor has said, actually, it turned out these were not
inspired by Trump. You know what the mayor said?
He
said Trump's words are harming us. That's what he said. He's harming our community.
I'll tell you what does harm me.
Why don't you condemn that, Piers?
Can I please ask you a question about Springfield? I have condemned the ridiculous Haitian migrants reading cats and dogs without any evidence.
It's not just ridiculous, it's dangerous.
It's wrong. There is a wider and more interesting and nuanced debate to be had, which unfortunately got completely destroyed by the cats and dogs bullshit, which is this. When you put into a place like Springfield, I had this with Vivek Ramaswamy, who's from that area. Yeah. When you suddenly change the makeup of that town by putting 20% of the entire population becomes one community, brought in Haitians in that case. I've seen lots of people in the area say, the Haitians have been great for working and economy and so on. Great. But it also brings with it, as we've seen in the UK, when you radically change the makeup of towns, it can have a real effect on what that town is for people, on the effect on infrastructure, the effect on schools and hospitals, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Do you accept that this has to be handled carefully?
Yes.
And that actually putting 20% of the population into somewhere like Springfield inherently is a very tricky scenario.
So this is what worries me about you, Piers, because you ask good questions, you have these important discussions, but the framing, and my friend Brian Tyler Cohen said this to you a couple of days ago, your framing is very right-wing.
Why?
So when you say...
Why is it
incredibly.
You said twice there. They put 20,000... Who put them? Nobody put 20,000 people there. They went there voluntarily. They went there at the invitation of the local town. Do you know the local town put an ad in a paper saying, please come to our town, it's in decline, we need labour. And they went and they helped the town. And the local factory managers and the local mayor of all, as you say, they've all come out and praised them. I actually find uncomfortable that rhetoric because I think immigrants should be valued regardless whether they're hard workers. But look, people have come and said they're hard workers, they attend the local church, they're integrated in the town. There hasn't been a crime wave associated with it. When J.D. Vance uses, and here we go, Nazi-like rhetoric and says they're bringing disease, which is what Die Stürmer used to say about Jewish people, yeah, I find that horrible. And who put 20,000 people? Nobody put 20,000 people there. They went there for jobs. Does that cause unease? I'm sure it does. Does it radically transform a neighborhood? I'm sure it does. Should the federal government and state government be helping communities that are dealing with migrant influx? Of course they should. I'm on the left, Piers. I want higher taxes, more government spending. You're going up.
That's basically, that is Piers Morgan. I feel like he's really run out of arguments at this point. And so he's just resorted to sort of slightly dismissive ums. And it's a weird form of argument, gotta say.
Government and state government be helping communities that are dealing with migrant influx? Of course they should. I'm on the left, Piers. I want higher taxes, more government spending. You're going after the wrong guy. I want more infrastructure.
Actually, I wasn't going after you. I was just asking you.
No, we agree.
Exactly.
You and I both agree there should be better infrastructure. The federal government should support these areas.
And better help with the integration process. Because I think often that's where the real problems start.
Agreed. But both ways, right? Integration, as David Cameron once said, is a two-way street.
Yeah.
You don't want racists repelling new people, and you want new people understanding the ways of the world.
Yes.
Agreed. But what you don't want is a presidential candidate going on TV and just making up insane stories about immigrants eating. It disqualifies you from the race. I don't know how you went on and on about Joe Biden's age and dementia, and yet you have, here's a guy who went on TV. If Joe Biden had got on TV and said people eating your pets, you would have condemned him straight away.
My God.
Condemn Trump straight away.
No, you would have said get out of the race. You haven't said Trump should get out of the race. Say it now. Say Trump. Get out of the race. You're too old.
He would have done way more than that. If Joe Biden had come out, not just Piers Morgan, but if Joe Biden had come out and said anything even close to Haitian people are eating cats, dogs, ducks, and geese straight out of the parks and people's homes, oh my God, the internet would have broken from the amount of right-wing content going out to talk about it and calling for Joe Biden to be, put into like some sort of guardian, like temporary emergency guardianship. He's lost his mind, needs to go to, some kind of asylum. He's lost it.
Got on TV and said people eating your pets, you would have condemned him straight away.
I condemn Trump straight away.
No, you would have said get out of the race. You haven't said Trump should get out of the race. Say it now. Say Trump, get out of the race. You're too old and nuts and
I don't
racist
believe he
and
should get
dangerous.
out of the race.
Why? He just said eating pets. If Rishi Sunak had said that, or Keir Starmer, we would all said get out of the race. But in America, for some reason, we give Trump a pass. We grade him on a curve. We treat him like a man-child.
What about when
toddler.
Kamala Harris deliberately misquotes him and tries to pretend that he said if he doesn't win, there'll be a bloodbath? When everybody
he did say bloodbath.
When everybody knows he was.
He did say that, and he's actually mentioned that multiple times. And he's talking, at least this is my estimation of it, okay? Because this has been said not just by him, by other people tangential to Donald Trump, but there has been suggestion over and over again about a supposed bloodbath that would happen if he's not reelected, right? And it's every time I hear just the sounds from January 6th footage, it just playing back in my head. And I feel like that's not a crazy thing to be happening, right? To me, it feels like the most reasonable place to go. It's like, oh, the people who were essentially the perpetrators of January 6th, they're saying bloodbath for the same exact time frame and reason as last time. Is that crazy? I don't think so.
He said if he doesn't win, there'll be a bloodbath. When everybody
he did say bloodbath.
When everybody knows he was specifically talking about a bloodbath in the automobile industry.
Well, I don't have time to get into all that. I don't agree with that. Just on your wider premise of Harris, even if I accept that she misquoted him, you and I both know there's normal politics.
The fact is, I don't even know about the Kamala quote. I personally feel like I've heard this rhetoric multiple times, not just from Donald Trump, but from other people. And at no time have I ever equated that with the automobile industry. So it's weird.
Where politicians lie, exaggerate, do hyperbole, do gotchas. We all know everyone does that. Democrats, Republicans, Labour, Conservative. You know that's not the same thing as a old man going on stage and screaming at the audience, they're eating your pets.
Yeah.
There's no comparison.
I agree.
There's no comparison. There's nothing like that from Harris, Biden, Starmer, Sunak, anyone.
But I also think it's far worse to say he's the new Hitler.
Did Kamala Harris say he's the new Hitler?
No,
What?
but a lot of Democratic politicians have used that language.
What about Trump's
if
language?
What you're saying
hold on, what about Trump's language?
Does that make it disqualifying for them as well?
No, okay, hold on. Yes. Okay,
any Democrat politician that says the new Hitler,
hold on.
Disqualified.
Hold on.
They're kicked out of
Hold on,
office.
I'm about to answer your question. Agree. Do you believe that a presidential candidate should not call the other person a Hitler?
Yeah.
Okay,
including
so
that.
Trump has called Kamala Harris a fascist, communist, Marxist. Harris has not called Trump a fascist, as far as I'm aware. I wish she would, but
I think
she
she
hasn't.
has, actually.
I don't think she has, but she hasn't since she became the candidate. So the person who's doing the incendiary rhetoric is Trump. He called Biden the Gestapo. Do you agree with that? Do you think Biden is the Gestapo?
No.
Well, that's what he called Biden. He said it's a Gestapo administration. I didn't hear you condemn Trump for that.
No, but I do know that there have been 2 attempts on one of the candidates.
No, I didn't. I didn't do the thing that I was just criticizing you for not doing. But that's beside the point, because Donald Trump, people have been trying to kill him.
Stop. Agree with that? Do you think Biden is the Gestapo?
No.
Well, that's what he called Biden. He said it's a Gestapo administration. I didn't hear you condemn Trump for that.
No, but I do know that there have been 2 attempts on one of the candidates' lives, and both times.
You don't know how many. You don't know what's going on with Harris or what's going to happen. She's a black woman. You don't think there's going to be death threats against
There have
Kamala
been no
Harris?
attempts on her life.
You don't think?
Are you aware of any attempts?
I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know. We didn't know. Hold on. We didn't know about many death threats against Obama till very recently.
The threats is one thing. Actually trying to kill somebody.
They arrested someone just the other day, for death threats against, I think, Biden or Harris. I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's not be. Come on, Piers. There's death threats.
Who's
going
to win the election?
I have no idea.
Who do you think?
I don't do predictions.
Really?
No, not after Brexit and Trump. In 2016, I got both wrong. so
you accept
Oh my
you're the worst
God.
predictor out there.
Oh, Piers took so much enjoyment from that. You're a terrible predictor, Medhi. Don't you realize that?
I got both wrong. So,
what a turd.
Except you're the worst predictor out there.
I mean, a lot of people got. Did you get Brexit and Trump right?
I got Trump right.
Okay.
2016. Brexit, I didn't know. I don't think I made a call. I voted Remain, but I actually was quite happy if Brexit worked.
America's too close, and the Electoral College is too stupid, and that's a conversation
Brexit worked. Interesting.
for another day.
Medhi, it's great to see you.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Really enjoyed finally meeting you.
Thank you very much.
Come back.
And when they find a
Okay. Got through the whole thing. I just thought it was an incredible debate, and Medhi just wiped the floor with Piers. And for a while we were watching a bunch of these debates. We completely stopped because I'm so sick of Piers. But recently, with this here, I felt that was a particularly apt opportunity for not only fun, but to watch Piers Morgan get visibly smacked down by his own show. Well, that's it. We got through the whole stream. Thankfully, we had each other for this particularly long and arduous event. Well, till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Oh my god, where's my face? Here I am. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Minnie, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Pog, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month.